Hello everyone and welcome back to Laurence Plays, and it's Wednesday, so we're going to have a look at some more Foundry. And today, well, we are on top of the world. Well, actually, we're not on top of the world. We're actually standing on top of my my new what's this thing? My new blast furnace, which I built up at the end of the last stream. We haven't brought it online yet, so it's probably fairly safe for me to stand in this funnel, in this chimney rather, and look down and marvel at just how ridiculously large a building it is. Good evening, regular. Thank you for joining. Good to have you here. And so this system consists of a number of buildings. We've got an air intake over there, which presumably is, as the name implies, a building that sucks air in out of, well, the atmosphere. Then it's heated up inside this thing over here, which is an air heater. We need to fuel this yet. I haven't done that at the moment. You can run them off electricity, but I've only put down a small patch of solar panels over there. So we're not really set up for running this off electrical power. So we're going to fuel it instead. And then here, I've got 3 elevators that are going to be bringing up all of the resources that are required to keep this to actually feed the blast furnace itself, which, as far as I remember, is going to be iron ore, and probably on these 2, and then coal on this one, and then something else. Oh yes, carbon from. No, I don't. Oh no. No, so the second one isn't coal. The second one is going to be stone, which is coming in from there. And then the third one is carbonated coal, or charcoal, or something like that. So those are going to be going up the 3 elevators here and being fed in right up at the top. And then eventually we're going to get a supply of molten iron coming out of this pipe here, and molten slag coming out of this pipe over here. The slag, I believe, can be turned into concrete, and the iron can, of course, be used for iron, but not for steel. And so my vague plan is that I'm going to start producing the iron here in enormous quantities, and then piping it from here back over to the main factory where it can be used for iron-related purposes. And then this patch of iron ore... Nope, zoom in where the mouse is, please. This patch of iron ore here, we're going to turn all of that into steel. Because at the moment, I've got about 3 or 4 belts coming out of here. That's these orange lines you can see here, I think. And those are all going off to be smelted up in this sort of area. But some are being smelted into steel, some are being smelted into iron. If I can make it all into steel, then I should have a much larger supply of steel available, because that's been a bit of a problem around here for a while. So, that's some things to get on with. So, this system is going to require more resources. At the moment, we're bringing in iron ore from this ore vein over here, which means there's oodles and oodles of it available. And when it starts to run low, I'll hopefully have researched fracking by then, and then we'll be able to get an infinite amount of resource out of this patch here. I've then got a mineral rock patch here, which is producing all of the stone that we saw earlier. And I then need to also supply some coal, which I then also need to, as I say, carbonate. And I don't mean make fizzy. And there is a coal patch up there, which maybe I'll use that. And then because I've got a massive 5x5 tunnel coming up all the way along here, so there's no reason I can't use the boring machine just to extend that even further all the way up to here and over this way, and start bringing in this coal. Is there any coal closer by? There is coal over here as well, actually. Is that closer? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 versus 1, 2, 3, 4. No, this one's at 4.5 maybe. This one is ever so slightly closer, so I'll probably go after this one. So that's the medium-term plan, or alternatively, maybe actually no. Let's leave that one because I was going to say because then I could link up these 3 coal patches and then pipe them over to here to this landing pad, which is flying it all down to the factory down here, making sure I've got enough coal. Oh, I don't know. I think these 2 are probably going to be enough, and then by the time they're being problematic, I'll have gone over to here and tapped this ore vein, I suspect. So yeah, let's go for this one because it's slightly closer, and then when it inevitably runs out in not long enough, I'll go over to this one as well. And I think that's not quite everything, because I'm also going to need fuel for that hot air system. So let's go over and have a look at that. That's this machine here. I'm going to need to bring in some kind of fuel here. Exactly what that's going to be remains to be seen. So over here we've got, this is it's solid fuel specifically it requires. So we'll look into what that can be, and then yeah, we shall see. So let's have a look and see if we can tell from in here what solid fuel might be. Is it going to be? It's not going to be a component, is it? Presumably, maybe it's going to be one of these things: an ignium fuel rod or a fuel rod casing, which takes in a fuel rod. I hope I don't have to make these things. I hope there's something else, like I can just barrel up one of these things. Portable fuel. That seems like a reasonable source of fuel, or possibly jetpack fuel, but probably portable fuel. And either of these is just 30 liquid fuel. But that's a barrel, which is made out of iron. Okay, we'll have iron around here, so I can at least get that started. Hopefully that's what we need. I might go and make some portable fuel barrels and just feed those in and make sure it works before I put in a system to produce that. Because that's going to take liquid fuel, which is made from low density oleumite, which is made from crude oleumite, which is going to come from just over here. So that's not going to be too bad, but I would like to make sure that that is the correct type of fuel before I build up the infrastructure in order to tap this, bring it over and start making it into the barreled stuff. So, I guess back to the main factory, where I shall gather up... actually, before I go, let's set the boring machine running. And get this tunnel extended a bit. Make it head off towards the iron ore patch. And then I can get another belt... No, the coal patch. Then I can get another belt running down this tunnel. Got a bit of a kink here, which is a shame. But, oh well, what can you do? What's off down that way? Oh, that's more of the iron ore. Okay, that's fine. So I come to the end of here, touch down, and I want to use the laser in big mode and embiggen the hole a little bit. 1, 2, 3. Okay, do you have any idea what the correct fuel might be? Because I suppose I could feed in coal, but that doesn't feel right. I'll have a look in a minute, see if there's any clues anywhere in the game. But first I want to extend this. So we're going to want to go to about... Where are we currently there? So we want to go to about here. And that is 825... 130. Oh no, that's the height, sorry. 885. Yeah, so I need to go another 380. So let's set this to go 380 and then leave it alone for a while. Confirm. Fuel. Have some of that. There we go. And bye-bye. Right, then just leave that going. Okay, so let's have a look at the box text for the machine, see if it tells me what fuels it uses. I've even forgotten what it was called now, so this is going to be tricky. Actually, no, it's probably going to be... Here might be a better place to look. No, it's not going to be modular all very mining. Buildings? Blast furnace. Here we go. Air intake, fine. A hot air stove. Can be run on fuel items. Doesn't say what. It's got an... I noticed it has an input and an output, and that to me implies that it can burn barreled fuels, because otherwise why would it have an output? Oh, you think I researched a particular type of... a new special type of fuel? You could be right. Oh, these things, the ignium fuel rods. That is a possibility. I hope not. Because... And although because then that's going to be a drain on... It's going to require copper as well. And that's going to be very... Even if I get the fuel rod casings back again, that's still going to require copper, and that's going to be rather annoying. So, you might be right, but I hope you're not. Hello, Bob. You seem to know a fair amount about whatchamacallit. Oh yeah, I definitely need coked ignium. That's for the blast furnace. But I'm not sure what the fuel I need for the air heater is. Bob, you're somebody who knows quite a lot about Foundry. Do you know what specific fuel types I need for this thing? Because I haven't managed to find out where it says so yet. The air heater, it has a belt going in and a belt coming out. So I'm sort of hoping that I'm going to be able to use this stuff, portable fuel in barrels, to chuck that in, and then the empty barrels will come back out again. I can put liquid fuel in them again, and then pump them back in again. Electricity is better. It may well be, but I'd have to put down a lot more solar over here for that to be the case. But then maybe putting down a lot more solar over here would be the better way to do it. That is certainly possible. But there is an oil patch just over there. Yeah, it's possibly feeding coked ignium in there would be another way to do it, and just have the entire system run on coal. Maybe I should just try and go all in on the electricity. That might be Might be easier. I don't have a feel for how much power it's going to require in any shape or form. Maybe it probably says on the control panel though. So let's have a quick look there. Missing fuel. No, it doesn't. Adjacency bonus. Okay, fine. I know, but understand adjacency bonus. Okay, let's whack in barrels of oil and see what happens. As I said, I'm going to do a quick test just in case, especially as nobody seems to have actually done this. I'll chuck in some barrels of oil. Barrels of fuel. See what happens. My feeling is that it will probably. Oh, did it show megawatts automatically? Okay. All right. I should have looked more closely. My bad. I thought the megawatt thing was just telling me how to use what adjacency bonus meant, and I know about adjacency bonus because I've played Factorio. So I was probably just ignoring it, which is foolish of me. Okay, so in here somewhere, presumably here, yes, here we have liquid fuel. So this is currently making jetpack fuel. How much jetpack fuel have I got? Still got 3 gigajoules. That's probably fine. And looking in here. Okay, so the only difference is whether you put in barrels or the liquid fuel. So we've got barrels here. They're going into this machine, but the liquid fuel isn't, because this is making something else. What are you making? You're making spaceship fuel. Okay. So I think I just want to find a place and drop in. Can I drop in one of these guys? Yes, I can. Let's just put one of these in up here. That's a chemical processor. No, I want one of those. There we go. One of them. Air heater needs 10 megawatts. Okay, thank you. That's actually not that much. I probably could generate that fairly easily with solar. But I've started talking about this now, so I sort of want to do it just because I think it'll be mildly interesting. So let's make some portable fuel here, and then inevitably, when I realise this was a dumb idea, I can always go back and change it so that it's using something else. But you know, it's fun to play with these things. So pull that out. Another one of those, but we'll rotate it that way and rotate it that. No, not that way. And rotate it that way. Put it in there, and then pipe goes up. Zoop, to about here. I don't care how neat this is because this is going to be a very, very temporary system. I don't intend to keep barreling up liquid fuel because I don't think I have any actual need for it. So I don't really care about neatness. Why am I not using this thing? There we go. And so I think I then drop back down here, steal some barrels, steal some steel barrels. Nom 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 nom. I'll do. Back up again. Whoop. And over here, right, you will need that then. So we'll make 10 barrels of this, go over, chuck it in the system, make sure it works, and then start producing all of the the fuel that I'm going to need there. I'm also going to need a load of mining drills. Have I still got some? I've got 14 of them. I'm going to go and get some more of those while this runs, because I'm going to want to dig. I'm going to need a coal mine. I'm also going to need an enormous quantity of belts, as usual. That's assemblers. Mining drills are happening over here somewhere. Is it this one? Mining drill 2. Excellent. So you take from my inventory. There we go, and I'll take from you there. Right. So that'll let me make those. I don't think I'm going to really need. I don't think I need green belts for this. I think yellow belts will be sufficient because I don't expect to need enormous amounts of coal. So I'll grab those. Grab those. And I'll also grab the yellow belts from over here because I don't think that's going to be enough. Belt ramp 2, belt 2, that one. Gimme. There's 400 of them. That might do me for a little while. Do I need long? Do I need any? Do I need more pylons? That's the thing I was trying to think of. No, I've got like 200 of that. More than 200 of those. That should be fine. Oh, but cable though. 8 of those. Right, let's get some more cable. Otherwise, I'll be very annoyed when I will inevitably forget something very important and then rage a bit when I find I can't do anything sensible. I'm going to need some pipe. I don't think I need 4,000 pipe. Let's just take 1,000 pipe. I'm going to need a pump jack. Do I have a pump jack? Is it even called a pump jack in this game? I think it is called a pump jack, but I don't see it. So I'll tidy up my inventory a little bit and then go and grab some. So that'll be around here somewhere, probably. Pump jack. So we'll have, and I don't need 10 of those. Take 5. Yep, I didn't have any. Good. I've got some pumps, pipes. How much foundation have I got? I've got 20 foundation left. Let's get some more foundation. That's always a thing I'm short of. So we'll have like 3 stacks of that probably. I'm going to need. I've got a fluid assembler up there already. I'm going to need at least one chemical processor or I can't even remember what it's called. Distillation column. One of those is probably going to be enough. I don't expect to need that much fuel. As I said, it's only 10 megawatts. So I've got distillation column. I've got chemical processors. I've got at least one. Yeah, I will have 2 fluid assemblers once I pull that one up. I think that's a decent amount of stuff to get going. Oh, I'm going to need something to coke the coal with. How do we do that? How do we play Coley Cokey? So I'm going to need this stuff. Coked ignium. That's done in an advanced smelter, but I've got 10 of those. And then we're going to need to do something with the slag when it comes out to turn it potentially into concrete. I don't know where the processing step for that is. Maybe we'll worry about that when we get to that point, I think. Because, yeah, I believe there's a way of just dumping it as well. So we'll worry about that in a little bit. Oh, and then I'm going to need a bajillion casting machines to turn the iron into iron plates. How do I cast machine? Casting machines, there we go. There's only 5. That's not really enough. It'll do as a proof of concept, and then I'll inevitably need a lot more once I get things going. Right, so that's a load of useful stuff. Let's now take this. And this. And whoop. No. Oh, I see. This. Right, and off we go. So that'll give me 10 barrels of liquid fuel, which, as I say, I'm hoping I can just chuck straight into the machine and everything will work. If not, I shall be somewhat sad and then have to, I don't know, panic and do other things. I don't know. I don't know exactly what I'll do. I'll work something out. A little bit more to the left, I think. I should put a tag on the map to say where my blast furnace is, but to be honest, once I head out in roughly the right direction, as soon as I'm anywhere near, it's kind of obvious because it's massive. Like that. And here's my oil patch, I believe. Actually, I'm not. I think it probably is, but I'm not certain. We'll check with the map once we've checked the fuel over here. Oh, get on the platform. There we go. Right, you. Okay, I can't just chuck stuff in it apparently, but I can. You know what? Let's put. That's not what I was trying to do. But never mind. I didn't really want to use green belts for this, but oh well. There's my portable fuel. How do you just drop items in this game onto a belt or something? And maybe you can't. That'd be a bit weird. I suppose I could put in a chemical processor machine here and do it that way. So put down fluid assembler is of course what I actually meant. So put you there and then put in one of these here and tell it to be an output. Boink. I can then come along to here. This is a little bit. This feels like a rather convoluted way of doing it, but never mind. It should work. Manage inventory. I can now put these there in the output. Right, and they have come out, and they have not gone into the machine. Okay, I'm glad I checked because that's quite annoying. I was hoping this would be a thing you could use. to power the machine, but no, it turns out not. Let's have a look at this thing. So, no, it doesn't tell me about the amount of power it uses. I can click on that, and yeah, that does just tell me how the adjacency bonus works. There is I don't see any information about how much power it uses, but yeah, regulars told me it takes 10 megawatts. Okay, well, if that isn't going to work, then what are the fuel types have we got here? Because it needs something solid. It could be it needs ignium fuel rods, and that's not something I'm prepared to make, because that's going. I mean, if it wasn't for the wire coils, or if the wire coils were part of the fuel rod and you got the fuel rod casing back again, then that would be okay. I'm wearing the wrong t-shirt for this game. Never mind. If you got the fuel rod casings back and the wire was required to make the fuel rod casing, not to make the fuel rod itself, then that'd be fine, because we're going to have coal around here. We're going to have liquid. We could have liquid fuel around here, but as is, that's a bit too. That's not really going to work for me, because I'm not going to be able to fuel with that. I mean, there's barrels volumite. I suspect that's not going to be something. That is not going to be a thing you can use. Does it tell me in here? So what's this? What is that thing? Is it air heater? No, it's showing me stairs. That's not what I wanted. Where? That's steam to. Where is it? I must burn a burner generator, boiler, geothermal boiler. Yeah, fine. I thought it was near the bottom, because it's sort of a super advanced thing. What are you? You're an elevator. Okay, that's not what I wanted. It's an casting machine, chemical processor, electric arc furnace. About as big as normal buildings that you make by hand go. I thought there was a. They're all just called base, aren't they? Oh, are they? They're in buildings, of course they are. Right, hot air stove base. That's the one. No, it does. There doesn't seem to be anything to tell me what I can actually use as fuel for these things. Now, it seems quite likely that I'd be able to just chuck coal into it, and that would be okay. But I don't, and maybe even biomass. But I don't really want to use either of those. Maybe for now we'll just go with electric power for it. It seems a bit of a shame. Yeah, you're probably right that it'll be the ignium. That it will have to be ignium or ignium of some sort or another. So I was kind of trying. I mean, I could use it. I'll be bringing it over here anyway. But then to add 10 megawatts of power over here is not going to be particularly difficult. These things are the solar panels are 600 kilowatts each. So we're only looking at about less than 20 of them, and I could throw that in quite quickly and easily, and then run it off power. All right, I think we're going to run this off electricity, because this system doesn't seem to be as nice and helpful as I was hoping. So remove all of that and put that bit back in, because it pulled up that rather than the inserter, because it's helpful like that. Then I shall get out the magic clipboard and give this a boop, and we will. Oh, we do have to dismantle the whole thing. Surely not. Modify the building, adjust the configuration. Do I have to turn it off? It's already turned off, isn't it? I think. Yeah, it's already turned off. And I could. Oh, remove modules and reset building to initial state. Okay. So we'll do that. And then we'll put on. Maybe. I just want to adjust its configuration. But apparently that isn't a thing I can do. Oh, maybe it is. Remove that. And then add that. Okay, it is a thing I can do. I take it back. Now we can start construction on that. And now it'll hopefully happen. Okay, I take back my frustrations. That is actually absolutely fine. That's working roughly as I would expect it to. Okay, so now we're making configuration changes on this building, so we need to wait for the construction ships to come over. That's absolutely fine. I have no problems with that. In the meantime, let's go and get some coal and put in more power transport as well. Yeah, it did say solid. So I suppose, yeah, solid fuel it sort of imply not barreled liquid fuel, doesn't it? Yeah, okay. Maybe I'm being overly picky about the definitions. And I guess in a way, sort of thinking about it historically, probably feeding one of those things with coal is sort of reasonably accurate, because in the early parts of the Industrial Revolution, you would, if you're running a blast furnace, you would just be bringing in massive quantities of coal to it, and that would do everything you needed. That would be how you'd make all of your iron and your steel and so on, from using coal for all of your power. We're just in a slightly weird intermediate phase of industry, where we're using solar power to power everything because it's free and unlimited, and then coal for coal to get the carbon out, which we need for the coking process. Although, do you need coal to make? I don't think you do actually need. What do you? Do you need coal to make iron in order to pull the oxygen out of the ore? I honestly can't remember. Right. Here we are. Where am I? Okay, this is about right. So let's hop in here. And then I would like to rotate to the right. We're not going to go 380 this time. We're going to go... so we're at wherever we're at the moment. And we want to go... it's about 200. It can't be 200, surely. It can, actually. Okay, we need to go almost 200. So let's just drive 200. And then... down a bit as well, which we'll do when we get there. Okay, so I want to go about 200. This is going to overshoot a little bit, but I'm okay with that. We can then come back and drop the machine down in the appropriate place. Right, let's see. Is this going to just reach or just not reach? It has. It's just wow, that is exactly the right length. What are the odds? Not very high. Why have you stopped? Missing fuel. Okay, so a stack of fuel is good for digging about 400 squares. That's vaguely worth knowing. All right, and off you pop. I suppose I could start putting in the belts at this point while I wait. Piece goes there. There, and I guess we'll power time. And follow the great big digging machine as it trundles merrily through the ground. Where are we? Okay, no, we still have got quite a long way to go, so it's probably a good thing I put in a big number. Oh, that's a thought. Yeah, it'd probably be worth putting the barrels. Yes, powering the boring machine with the fuel barrels, because I know I wouldn't have to put quite so much in. Wouldn't have to refuel it quite so often. The nice thing about the using the tree pieces though is that they are different type of rock. Is that they are essentially unlimited. They're free. I keep picking them up whenever I knock trees over. So it's handy to get rid of them. That said, being able to let the machine keep running without running out of fuel would also be quite nice. Where are we? Oh, okay. So is this because we've gone underwater that we're seeing a different type of? No, because we've gone back over to normal rock over here. It must just be a random sort of geological strata of different patch of different strata of different rock types or something like that. That's quite nice. It's nice that the underground isn't completely homogeneous and exactly the same everywhere. Be even better if you had sort of caves and chasms and things like Minecraft does. But you know, early days, games early access, yada yada yada. Maybe they'll put in some points of interest underground at some point in the future. They've already got a flying boring machine that can just go along putting in tunnels wherever you want. So we've got the sort of got the tech for that at this point. Right, my coal patch is about. Okay, let's go down about here. Oh, I didn't get more explosives. I'm going to have to do all this by hand. Yeah, so let's dig in a bit of a side thing here. It doesn't need to be a full ping. Okay, yeah, down there. That's fine. This is a good amount of distance. Oh, mineral rock over there, and yeah. Anyway, right. So we'll dig in a 3x3 hole here. That's probably going to be large enough. Going like this. Zap, 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 zap. Then I can put in one of my freight elevators in here. So we've got a freight elevator 2. You can go here, like so. I will then also want a. Alright, so I'm going to need power up here. So let's drop down to 1 by 1. Boom, boom, boom. Put some foundation across there. Oh yes, I'm going to need to have a transformer as well. Mustn't forget about that. So we'll put the transformer in here. So take you back up to 3x3. I can't remember how big a transformer is, but it's not small because I've got big transformers now. How big is a transformer? And the big transformers are massive overkill for this sort of size of job. But I feel like there's no point in carrying more than one type of transformer around. There they are. They're 4x3. So it's 3, 1, 2, 3. 4x3, so that'll fit in nicely here. And then I'm also going to need a shaft to drop myself down, which can go in here, I guess. And then we'll dig down there in a moment. First, let's put in the... oh no, I'm going to need flooring, floor space for that, so take out that, and that. Put in some foundation across there, and then put in the transformer, like that, and then we can cable that in like this, there to there. Good enough. There we go. Now it fits. Yeah, so I'll build a double hole down here, and we'll send the foundation down there. No. Yeah. Send the foundation down here, and then me down the other hole. I think, yeah, the main reason I'm thinking I'd like to have caves is for the aesthetic appeal, because it makes it a little bit more... I've just shot straight past it. It would make being underground a bit more interesting, because you'd see something essentially. Whereas as it is, underground is functionally more or less homogeneous. There's never any points of interest apart from the ore patches that you find. So I think it would be nice to have that at least. But I take your point about it making things potentially a little bit more awkward, but I don't think it'd make it that much worse. Pop. Am I in the right place? Let's just check that before. Yes, I am in the right place. Good. I am very, very glad that we've got this ore scanner thing, and we're not just doing it the Minecraft way of digging around blindly underground until we randomly stumble across a patch of something like this. Right. This is going to be one of my neater mines because I don't have any explosives to open up a large area with, so we're going to have to do it with the mining laser. When I forget, when I get back to the main factory, remind me to grab some more explosives. So next time I can do this a little bit more excitingly. I think we need that to be a little bit bigger, actually. No, I've run out of them, unfortunately. See there, I used them all up on a previous hole and forgot to replenish. So this is going to be possibly my neatest ore patch mining operation ever. Which is a shame, because there's no need to be neat, really. Yeah, sorry. I know blowing things up is your favourite part of the stream. Well, are there any other? I don't think there are any other resources I need, unfortunately. But I'll try and remember to. I'll try and remember to get some more explosives next time I go back to base. Oh, drone. The drone excavator is a good idea, actually. Yes, I should be using that. Good point. Yeah, right. Let's do that. It's a little bit fiddly when you can't see what you're doing. But, yeah, it does work. Yeah, this is much easier. I don't know whether I've gone too far this way or not, but yeah, at the very least, this is going to make me a nice opening like that to get started with. And I can go in here, 6... or 7 by, yeah, 7 by 12 is probably fine. And up by 5. Yeah, you're quite right. I should have used these guys from the start. This is much easier and is going to be much neater. And also, once I've opened up a little bit, I can then think about whether I've actually built a large enough, dug out a large enough area. And if I haven't, then it's going to be trivial to finish it off. Right, there we go. So, let's have a look. So, from here, I need to build out some foundations to put the mining drills on. I'm going to stick them in at ground level here. So we need four, it needs to be 4 away from the wall on each side. So yes, we do in fact need to open that up a little bit more. That's fine. We can do that. And over here, we need 1 more that way. We need 1 more this way at this point, and we need 2 more over here. Right, so let's get the this thing back out again, and I'm not going to be able to do, well, I probably could do this in one, but I would get it wrong if I did. So we'll start from here, and we'll go to over 1, 2, 3, 4, go to here, and then up 5 like that, and then here. Yeah, we want to go from there to there to 1 more. Like that. And then, yeah, up to there as well. Take all of that out. Lovely. And then we'll go from there to, we'll get this corner over here as well. I am pretty sure I could have done this with only 2, or maybe even with only 1 if I'd been really good at judging, but I'm not, so I didn't. Take this on as well. Yeah, these guys are much more effective. You're quite right. You should use them right from the start, because I can just do that and just absolutely shred the stone. This is so much quicker. I do want to make long tunnels, but I have a boring machine for that, so it's quite good when for doing for that sort of thing. And whoop, that and that. There we go. And then I can just go around putting in the drills. Like, where are they? Oh, they're under D, of course, for drone miner. And D is quite a long way through because there's a million things that are called belt in one way, shape, or form. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, and 4 along each side of the patch is going to be plenty. And by plenty, I mean far. I'm hoping far more than I'll actually need, because I'm planning to bring 1 yellow belt out from this in total. And these drills are capable of pulling out a lot more than 1 yellow belt. but this is to be future-proofed against both when we start to run out of resource, and therefore the drones have to fly further, and also against when we inevitably end up needing a bit more than I've sort of really bargained for. So I'll bring out a yellow belt from here like this and this. If I bring it to... let's just go to here, and we can have things being slightly out. There we go, like that. So it's not quite half on each one, but it's close enough that I'm happy with it, and I'm not going to worry. And then this one comes across here, and across here, and over here as well. So I have two of these feeding into the lift. I don't know where the elevator. I think the elevator must be just. Yeah, there it is. It must just be through this wall here, I think. Except I can't find it. Let's go up and check. Oh, I put in the bottom, that's why. Let's do that again, but get it right this time. So freight elevator 2, I'd like you to be a top, please. There we go. Back down the hole. Oops. Yeah. Boom. There we go. I was digging in the right place. And then we can put in the bottom part of the freight elevator here. And you're going to be a freight elevator bottom. You go there. Lovely. And then we'll do a little bit of more digging out here, so we've got room to get the belts into where I want them to go. Because that's not quite lined up right. I will also need some hole here to get power in. Oh, and I need a trench running along here as well. Cut that. And also, where's my... Right, okay, here's my power. Power goes from here, and I want vertical drag. I want to go from there to there for now. Then I can dig out a little bit more around the bottom here for the trench for the power to go in. That. And that goes there. And then back over to horizontal mode. Fill in the holes down here. And across there. And boom! Suddenly all the drills start working. Excellent. So now I can put in my loaders here and here. Belt goes here and here. Those are inputs, good. Can we actually have some coal, please, so we can check this, make sure things are actually working? No, because I haven't put the exerters in. Right, okay. This is why I hang around and try and check these things. These are all going to be outputs. Oh, actually, no, I can leave them on auto because for it's smart enough that it will automatically do an output one for a... Oh, wait, this isn't going to work. I could put it an additional one in. Okay, I'd rather put it in over here, I think, like that. There we go. Yes, these things work better if you put their if you give them loaders so they can actually operate it, so they can actually put things onto the belts. Funny that. There we go. Right, now we have a nice steady stream of that coming out here. In theory, it should be going into the elevator. I don't know why it's not, actually. Or is the elevator... No, the elevator can't already be full, surely. You're both set as intakes, so that should work. Is it just because I'm not pulling anything out at the top yet? Let's find out. Output. And I want to convert one of these. Go across there and then this way. Okay, it just filled up already by the time I got to it. That's quite impressive. By the time I got to looking at it, rather. Right, I do need to incoconate this coal before I allow it to go up to the surface. But I'm going to run. Apparently, I'm not going to run because I'm going to run out of belts, and that's all 400 of them apparently. I don't want to start using the green belts. That seems like massive overkill. So unfortunately, this is fly back to the factory and get some more belts time. I've got could do some more researches while I'm flitting around like a loon. Is any of this useful? Mining force 2, yes, let's have that. Mining efficiency, that sounds like a good thing to have. Pump jack efficiency also sounds like a good thing. Oh, slag reprocessing, I'm going to want that. So let's stick those in. Right, okay, there's some researches happening. So I want to bring that along here. Add it to, well, probably in the next lane across, it'll be coming along here. And down here. Actually, at this point, I probably want to jump it over onto this side in order to feed it into the third elevator, which is a little bit of a shame, but no, yeah, it needs to join up with this belt to go into there. But oh well, we'll deal with that later. Belts and explosives, yes, okay, we'll get some more explosives as well. Oh, I do wish I could research even faster jetpack, because now that my factory's getting, I'm not even going to say quite large, because it's been quite large for a long time, but now it's even more spread out. I feel like it'd be nice to have a bit more speed to get around. Oh, and solar as well. I should get some more solar panels and batteries to expand the solar array back over on the other side to have enough to cook the air. I should also actually, while I'm in the area and thinking about it, I should check how much power we've got here. Oh, the batteries are full now. So at what time is it? Beginning of the, so at the end of the, this is basically the end of the day at this point. The solar panels are going to stop working in an hour and a half, but the batteries are fully charged, and we're using a tiny fraction of what the solar panels are capable of producing. So I think now it could just be that because we could just be not using, yeah, we're using less power than normal. This is usually up to around 100 megawatts. So I think the factory is a bit asleep at the moment, perhaps because I'm not doing science. But at the moment, as of right now, I feel like we've got enough power there, which is really good. So that also means I don't have to feel at all guilty about grabbing all of the solar panels and taking them over to the new area. Solar panels and batteries. Right, so down here, we want solar panels. Yoink. I also probably want batteries. Apparently I want to fall in a hole. Yeah, I don't have any batteries, so let's get some batteries. You're not batteries. You're batteries. Yoink. So that's that. Then belts. And we'll get another 200 from over here as well. I probably should start putting these into a storage box so I can come back and get 1,000 of them at a time rather than 400. And I want some explosives for throwing as well. So they come in here. Explosives, brackets, throwing. There we go. It's another 50 of those. I think that's everything. Let's go back and start carbonating some, and start cooking up some coal, and put down some more power as well. This is where logistics bots or summer sloops will be very, very handy for bringing all these bits and pieces out to me, rather than me having to fly back and forth across this barren, featureless desert. It's not completely featureless, but this wide open desert every time I want to do something. But, oh well. So I imagine my construction drones have finished the modifications to the air oven by now. Yes, it looks like they have. So that means I can come over here and plug it in and then immediately not have enough power, which is what we expect and is absolutely fine. So I'll run you to there. And then we can go grid stats. We are making, at the moment, we're making, okay, we've got 20 of them, so we're making 500, we're making 600 kilowatts. So if I turn this on, it's still using 0. Oh yeah, they all need to be turned on. Okay. Right. So we've now got air going in, and presumably the batteries are going to drain very, very quickly. Yeah, that's okay. That's fine. We're I'm okay with that. Although the hot air stove is, what is using all the power? Oh, it's gone. It's night time. That's why we're discharging over here. I don't understand why the hot air stove hasn't kicked in. We plugged it in. It's on. It's online. Or it's enabled rather. Is it because this machine isn't asking for any hot air? I mean, that's quite possible. Turn that on, but it's not going to work. So there's not really any point in turning it on. Let's try anyway. Oh. I need to crush the xenoferrite before I put it into here. Ah, bother. Has the hot air thing kicked in? That's the question. No. Oh, power uses 5 megawatts apparently, not 10. That looks okay. Are you a happy bunny? Utilization 0%, sure. Why do you use 7 megawatts? My goodness. Okay, well the whole. I don't expect the whole system to work at this point because we still need to bring in the processed coal, and we need to crush the iron ore before it goes in. I forgot about that. I didn't realise. I hadn't noticed that was going to be a thing. But we've got insufficient hot air at the moment, which suggests we've not got any. Not all pipe connections have a set filter. Oh, here. Yep, fine. Fine. So I haven't set all the pipe outputs because I don't need all of the pipe outputs. There's only 2 fluid outputs. So I don't care about... Hang on, I've got both of the fluid outputs configured. There isn't another one. That's weird. So yeah, there's one there, and there's one there, because you've got 2 outputs, so fair enough. There isn't one on this side. There isn't one on this side. So why does this say not all pipe connections have a set filter? Because they do. Can't use that. Oh, I have to set on the second floor of the blast furnace. Do you mean the first floor or the second floor? Or on this probably counts as the first floor. Oh, here we go. Ah, right. Okay. Filter hot air. Ah, right. There we go. Thank you. I didn't realise there's one another place to set a filter. I can't get out. Ah. How do you get out of this place apart from by going all the way down the stairs like a peasant? There we go. Okay, so that might now be it. Let's have a look. So, this is making noises now. So we've now got, 100% utilization. It's pumping the air through. And if we look over here, we've got, still says insufficient hot air, but I guess we're bringing some in at this point. Maybe it'll catch up. I also assume we're going to run out of power very, very soon. So I should go around and turn everything off. Yeah, we've got 8.4 megawatts going out now, so that's not going to be sustainable. But as a sort of proof of concept, I'm not too upset about that. So let's expand the power generation. In fact, let's turn everything off. Let's not turn that off. Turn this off though, and turn this off because these are both using quite a lot of power. Then back over here again. Right, now I can do the copy paste. I would like to select an area. I would like to copy from there to there and there. Copy and place. Dump. thump to there. I don't know if there's any terrain yeah, there was some terrain needed to be removed, so that's fine. Zap. Close that. Right, and then I need to do a little bit of linking up with some... Oh, I've run out of cables. Ah! Cables are a pain. They only seem to, because they only stack to 50, I never have enough of them. And then setting up solar arrays uses a lot of cables because you have to link every single thing together. So when I put down 25 solar panels or whatever it was I picked up, there's quite a lot of them. So is that I've got 5 batteries left. I think I should probably pick up some more solar and some more batteries because I'd have put down about 25, but I'm not sure that's going to be enough for everything that's going to be going on over there. This is going to be quite a power-hungry facility, I think. Oop, dodge the aircraft as it takes off. So we'll get cables first, then we'll go around and get the other things, and then we'll come back and get more cables. Bonk. Power lines even. Some of that. Nope, fluid assemblers. Here we go. Solar panels. Yoink. And batteries. Yoink. And then back over here. Have we made any more cables yet? 10 to start. I've got a lot of belts. Let's get another 200 though, just because why not really? The rate I'm getting through belts when I start doing large builds is kind of ridiculous. And how many crushers do I have? Since I now realised I need crushers. I've got 1 crusher 2. Okay, we'll get some more of those then. Oh, and thank you for the follow, Crafty Muscle. You followed yesterday, so I haven't... you're probably not here right now, but I appreciate the follow nonetheless, and thank you very much. Yes, I hope you're enjoying the streams. So you're assembling machines, aren't you? Yes. One of the machines along here somewhere is doing crusher 2s. And it's not you. Large smelter, crusher 2s, here we go. I do need large furnaces, but probably not in the sort of quantities that we're... probably not in larger numbers than I've already got, I think. These, on the other hand, I don't know. It's 14 of them. I don't know how many I'm going to need. Let's have 16 because it's an even number. A nice round even number. And then we'll go off and think about what we've done. I'm going to get some more solar before I go, actually, because you need twice as many solar panels as you do batteries, and I don't think I've been building at that sort of ratio. Oh, or alternatively, I'll just run out of space in my inventory. Are you struggling? Not really. Yes, you are struggling. What are you struggling with? Oh, iron plates. That's slightly ironic given what I'm currently working on, but okay, fine. What time is it now? It is 1:30 in the morning, so we're about halfway through the night. How are you holding up? Oh yeah, batteries are absolutely fine now. Granted, we're still at that slightly lower power usage rate, but we're halfway through the night and we've used maybe a quarter of the battery power. So I think I'm happy with that for the time being, apart from being trapped. So I think at some point I'm probably going to need to upgrade those, but at the moment they are sufficient. They are adequate. Adequate for now, as we say. Alright, back over here again. Upgrade the solar, then go downstairs, put in crushing, clear out all of the uncrushed xenoferrite in the elevator because oops. Yeah, and then right. So we now have another go at confirming the pace. There we go. And actually, you know what? I'm going to put in one more because I think I might have the bits for this. La 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 la. Paste. And then we just need to cable everything together because hopefully... Oh, I didn't grab another set of cables. I probably should have done. Oh well. Right, so you go to there, you go to there, you go to there, you go to... there, and there, and there, and will you reach there? Oh no, there isn't another set of batteries, so that's fine. That's now, that's a bit weird down there actually, I don't like it. Let's redo that. Don't say give me that invalid copy, it's a piece of foundation, you can copy that. There we go. Now, back over to the cable, link to the pylon over there, put in another pylon on top of there, and that can go to there, and that can go to there, and then all is well. Okay, so we're going to have badly distributed power at the moment, but that's because it's night time and the solar panels haven't had a chance to kick in. But I now have 80 solar panels, which is far more than 10, that's sort of 10, 15, 20 megawatts we're currently going to be trying to use. Okay, so I'll let the day happen before I turn all of this stuff back on again, because there's no point in just running it for the sake of it. Down here, in the meantime, I'm going to need to crush all of this iron down into crushed iron ore. I'm going to need to go and get the coal. So let's go and get the coal first. Bring everything into down here, then crush that, cook the coal, and then send it all up the elevator's lickety split. That should have been a click and drag. Try again. There we go. Right, here comes the coal. It's just occurred to me I've left my boring machine way down at the end of the tunnel, and I'm going to want it again at some point. Don't know when, but I'm bound to need it at some point in the not too distant future, because I'm going to need to dig another hole. No. Alright, so we'll go to there. Then we'll go to there. Then we'll go up one. Then I'll go across here. Then I'll go down one. Then we'll just carry on. Okay, so that's the coal. So I'm going to dig out a space here to put in the coal cooking machines. We're going to do it underground because who cares about pollution and not being able to breathe. My advanced smelters are 3x6x3. Okay, that's not too bad. So if I get out my magic, if I get out my magic hole cutting device, so it's 1, 2, 3, plus an inserter on each side and a belt on each side. So that's this far across. That's 7. 3, 5, yep, that's right. And I'll probably want to. I'll make enough space for 5 of them. So I go back 15. Did it say it was 7 high? I think it said it was 7 high. 3x3x7. I'll make a whole 10 high though. Why not? It's a sort of it's an easy enough number to do. And then we can go in here and start hacking all of this up. And while I'm hacking all of this up, I can actually start, well, if I get them to dig in the right places, like this. Oh wait, I need to go one down as well, because I'm going to need power in here as well. So I'm going to need to bring power over to this area. So let's also go from here to here. And what did I say? Did I say 15? It's going to be 16 then. Right, let's get all that dug out. And then I'm going to want to fill this area up with foundation. But let's dig out a trench along here first, and then I can at least put the belt in and then start thinking about the first couple of machines. But to be honest, the rate these guys are ripping the rock out, I don't need to do too much worrying about exactly what order I get them to do things in. It's going to all be done pretty quickly anyway. Or at least at ground level, it's going to all be done pretty quickly anyway. So I can dig out that bit. There we go. Put all of that in. Then I can have my belt from over here go up like that. Have a second belt coming out like that and going around the corner here. Except, actually, you know what? Let's mark another area for digging out all the way across here. And then I can put in foundation across there like that. And then hopefully there should be power into this whole area. And now that means I can then bring this, now that I've got the foundation in there, I can bring this belt out of here and link it up to that one. And that's going to be my coked coal. So, or whatever it was called. I can't remember what the stuff was called. But the stuff, the coal that has been through through an advanced smelter. I can then put in one of these guys here like that. You know, it does occur to me actually in hindsight, I could have just used the, I could have used copy paste to dig all this out. But somehow copy paste feels a little bit cheaty. Using it for digging feels a little bit cheaty. So we have an input there and an output there. Do you need to be programmed? You need to be programmed. Boop. Yes, you do. So we get here. We're going to be making. Is it a metallurgy thing? Please tell me I haven't got this wrong. This is an assembler. Why are you an assembler? You're not meant to be an assembler. Let's try that again. This guy, an advanced smelter. I must. How did I misclick that? I don't know, but I clearly did. Right. So let's try it again. Waiting for inputs. You've got an input inserter. Why are you a sad? Have I got the wrong machine? It is possible. Advanced smelter, ignium ore turns into ignium ore, not ignium rubble. Ah, curses. Right, okay. So we're going to be digging out another tunnel, and we're going to be putting in even more crushers. Right, so we're going to need another 7 by mumble going out here. So I need to dig another hole. So from seven. Hang on. No, these are smaller. This only needs to be a 6. I want this to go up 5 for the time, 6 for the time being. I might dig out an additional little bit above this. I probably don't need to actually. Right. And then here I can lays out that, and then we can bring more power in along here. So little drone guys get busy. Lovely. And we'll bring in a belt here. And right, this time I need crushers. Fortunately, I got quite a lot of crushers. I don't know if the number I've got is going to be enough of a lot of crushers, but it's quite a lot. Run that around there. And then I put in the inserters, and we find out if I've actually read the instructions properly this time. You need to be configured to crush coal into ignium ore. Yes, ignium ore rubble into ignium ore. There we go, that's running. You need to be an exerter. Now come around here, and then I need to pick up all of the. I need to pick up all. How do I pick up? E. Had a brain fart there. I was trying to play it as if it was Factorio. There we go. So that's all of that. You've picked some up. You are running. Excellent. You can have all of this because I don't want it. How much ignium ore have I picked up? Blimey, an enormous amount of it. Right, that is now working. Excellent. So we can now I can now copy and paste this further into the wall over here. This seems to be going pretty well. Let's have a look at numbers for this. So if I'm making ignium ore from ignium ore rubble, we are making we're taking 1.5 seconds to do it. No, 0.75 seconds to make 1. So we're making 1 1/3 per second. Over here, why am I looking at this rather than in here? What am I even doing? I'm coking it. This one. This takes in 2 per 11 seconds. And we're making but it produces 5 each time, 5 per second. Sorry, 5 per time it runs. Oh yeah, it gives me actual numbers per minute on here, doesn't it? Yeah, 40. So this is making 40 a minute, and the yellow belt output is taking 320. I don't think I need 320. So let's just put in 5, 6, whatever I've left space for in machines here, because I don't think I need as many as I've left space for. and then I'll work out how many I actually need after that. So we will copy everything from, we'll select an area, we'll copy everything from there to there, and we'll do a copy in place, bang bang, bang bang bang, bang, confirm paste, there we go, they can all kick in. And so they're using, how much input are they using per minute? These guys are using 16 a minute each. 16, 32, 64, 80 per minute. And this guy is producing 80 per minute. Okay, so that's balanced. So I'll just leave that as is. I think that seems to be okay. We won't be getting a full yellow belt out, but we will be getting, but those machines are all going to be running solidly, and that might be enough. If it's not, I can come back and double everything later. Problem number n+1 is this stuff. Actually, problem n+-1 is that I've still got a load of coal ore in my pockets, so we'll do that. Then all of this needs to be converted into, needs to be crushed. Now, at least we've found out the crushers are nice, quick machines. So that's good. At least it could be a lot worse. So let's dig out a hole on this side. It's going to be the same 6 wide as the other one. And I'll put them directly opposite each other for the sake of neatness. 6 by... but there's going to be a lot more machines running here. So I'll cut out a chunk like that. And then another chunk like this. I think I went back 20. I wasn't really paying enough attention when I built it, when I dug the hole. Which is a bit foolish, but never mind. So there we go, cut all that out. Also, cut out a gap underneath here, once again to get the power in. I think this might actually be easier with these guys, so I want to go from these guys. So I want to go from, no, I want to go from here across to here, like that. There we go. That's a nice easy way of cutting a little trench across the way there. And then I can pull that all the way through there. That's going to get me my power into this area. I can extend that through there and along there and so on. And then we just copy the systems I've got over there. So we'll put this actually right up to here, might as well. And then this belt can come in here. And I'll do an additional one. Let's cut this belt all out a bit further along like this. Although actually no, there's room for another tunnel opposite here, so we can do the second belt there. So this will be this can be the first belt. So that'll be you. You go out and you go up there, and then your output will come out here, and we'll do some kind of side swapping system somehow, strangely, somehow through here. I'll work that out in a moment. In the meantime, I'm going to need to have my inserters here and here to operate this crusher. You're going to be an output. You're going to be configured to pulverize xenoferrite ore. Yes, lovely. I'll remove that and that and that and that and that. So what sort of rates are we talking about here? What are we doing? So we're bringing in. Oh, it's 80. It is 80 to 80. So this is a 1-to-1 process. So if I bring in a green belt, I output a green belt. Why are you only green for a little bit of your run? Probably because I ran out of green belts. Let's assume I'm going to upgrade this to green belts for the whole thing. And a green belt, and we're doing what, 80 per minute, and a green belt is 640. So that's 8 machines along here. Okay, that's not too bad. I might even have enough for that. You never know. Right, so I want to do a copy along here. So get the copy paste drawn out, and we'd like to select a new area. I want to go across there and there. Only 2 wide. So yeah, I want that much. I want to confirm copy in place. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Confirm paste. Right, there we go. That's a nice easy one. There we go. We've got all the we've got a green belt worth of ore coming in, or at least we would if we had a few more green belts going off up that way. I should have picked up more green belts, and never mind. Over on this side, I am going to do an upgrade here because of all the ones underneath there, because I feel like that's a good idea. And then we've got, there we go. We've got the actually processed stuff coming out now. I'm going to need to, right. Let's then. I need a very short underground or more overground belt along here. Actually, you know what? Before I do that, so we're going to have an up there, and then we can have the belt going in here. So that's going to be, yeah. So that's going to be enough. Going in there is where we're going to go to. So I'll put in more foundation like that. Then I can put in a conveyor slope like this. And then we'll deal with that properly in a moment. In the meantime, we'll do another 6 by 20. 6 by 20 by 6 hole there. And same over here, 6 by 20. Let's dig all of this out. Off you go, my little minions. And then I can pull up all of this belt along here like that. And we'll rotate that one, bring that one in here. I am going to need to fill this hole with foundation, of course, like that. And then we have the other belt coming out over here like this, joining onto there. And this belt comes across here to here, and then goes down and joins up with that one over there. Lovely. We'll just carry on digging this out. In the meantime, can I get out my paste tool and go... probably can. But I need to move it from there to... Can I hook you? I can. To there. But I don't have any... I won't do that just yet because I don't have enough of the foundation placed. So we'll carry on placing this. I don't remember going all the way to the back of my other hole. I'm wondering if the if I brought construction drones in from somewhere else and they did the just flying through the mountain thing that they appear to be quite happy with. That's one of those things that it's a bit of a shame that your mining drones will just fly straight through solid ground. But on the other hand, it's kind of convenient, and also I imagine it'd be quite computationally expensive for the game to work out whether they can actually get to everywhere you're trying to get them to. They've stopped without getting out of it. I bet, is that because the drones are coming down from above to do it? I think it might be. Alright, so okay, I can now do a confirm paste, and there we go. Except I've run out of inserters. Of all the things to run out of, it's inserters. Oh, did all the inserters go in over here? Yeah. So I had exactly the right number to finish this off, and then that was it. Oh no, there's 3 went in over here. Okay, so at least that means we're getting a little bit out over here. That's sort of quite nice because it's in a sort of proof of concept-y kind of way. Alright, unload pockets is into there, just to get rid of it, because I don't want all that xenoferrite ore rubble in my pockets. Okay, so we've got that coming along here, and now we've got at least a bit of that. I need to clean up an enormous quantity of xenoferrite ore, though, which is kind of annoying. I don't know how best to do that. I could spin these round to be outputs. I don't think that's going to help, though. Because I don't think the elevators are going to bring it down. So I won't do that for now. I'll just grab all of this. In fact, what if I break these belts here? At least then I can go up to the top and just grab everything. And know when I've got it all. There we go. So I've got enough of that now. There we go. That as well. And now I'll come back round here and inventory dump into these just to get rid of all of that. And okay, that is all of it. This is what you get for not reading the instructions properly and not realising that I was going to need to crush it before I shoved it into these things. Which, I mean, it makes a kind of sense to have to crush it, because that way you're doing that extra step of processing that these things... Oh, this is going to be difficult. The extra step of processing that these sort of things require. I'll pull you out. Yes, and then I can at least grab... I can grab that then. I can pull you out and grab that. Then how do I get the rest of it out? There isn't a control panel on the freight elevators, so getting stuff in or out of them is a little bit awkward. I guess I'm going to have to put one of these in here, and then a piece of belt like that. There we go, now it comes out here. So I can pull this out now, and there's going to be rather a lot of it, but oh well. Hello, Sophia. Welcome to Laurence Cleans Up after making a mess of his iron production area. Turns out you have to crush your iron ore before you can feed it into a blast furnace, and I didn't. So I'm up here tidying it up into inventory, as is traditional. Still, I'm making good progress. I've got so far. I've now got the coal being brought in and being what's the term it uses? What sort of coal is this? Coked and being coked. So the coal is coming in, being coked, and then being brought up here. I've put in crushing systems for this iron ore. I just haven't crushed it yet because I didn't realise I had to until I already built it. It is very tall. I'll show you. I'll show you now, actually. Yeah, I'm quite a long way up, and that freight elevator goes down below below ground level as well. So there's quite. Oh, I am nearly there though. Actually, you can see the bins on the elevator there. They only go down to here, so I'm like 3/4 of the way through. That's not been too bad. How much have I actually got at this point? 650 and counting. Okay, there we go. 690. That's not too bad, I guess. Right, so I can now drop down here. And I can fix these. So that goes in there, and that goes in there. And now we're sending the right stuff through, so things might actually have a chance of working. I'm still out of inserters, which is not ideal, but oh well, what can you do? I can do an inventory dump into there, and there, and there, and there, and... Okay, that's my lot. I'll also actually dump into the output as well, because I picked up some of that, and since I'm here, I might as well do that. That's nice and easy. I've got a load of mineral rocks as well. It'd be nice to chuck those into, well, the elevator around the corner from here, but I'm not sure I can do that. Okay, so the reason this green belt isn't flowing at full speed is because I have a shortage of... I don't have enough inserters to build up this crushing facility. The reason this belt isn't flowing at full speed is because I only have... Actually, it is flowing at full speed at the moment, but it won't forever because I only have a yellow belt feeding in here because I ran out of green belts. I'm thinking I'll come back when I've got more green belts and do a full upgrade of that one and see if I've got the throughput to deal with that. Oh yeah, deleting the elevator would have been a good idea. I didn't think of that. Yes, you're quite right, Sir Sphere. It is indeed huge, and this isn't all of it. Well, I mean, this is the entire blast furnace, but the blast furnace also requires an air heater, which is this thing, which I've now switched over to run off electricity rather than trying to bring fuel in for it, and also an air intake, which is this thing. So this building... It's fairly large. It towers over me, but it's not that big compared to others that have other stuff that I've built. But it does have to be built by the construction drones. I can't do that from just build it out of my pockets. This one, a bit bigger. This is bigger than most things I've built from my pockets. This thing is indeed huge. It's mildly ludicrous, should we say? But, you know, it in theory will bring out a lot more iron, so it's going to be worth it. And we've had about a day now since I put these new solar panels in. So hopefully that means that all of my battery, the batteries are now fully charged and discharging slowly to keep things running. So let's turn everything on, and see what happens. So we want to turn on the air intake. Okay, that's probably turned on. Turn on the air heater. Vroom. It now has a 100% utilization, excellent. Over here I didn't turn off the blast furnace because it said it would have a big SAD if I did. We've not had any ore fed in yet, which is a little bit concerning. The other two are running very, very nicely, but we've got insufficient hot air, and it's just not happening. So, why? Oh, I know why we don't. It's because I took the exerters out. Right, oh, yes, there we go. So I need to pull you up. In fact, I need to copy you and put you in there and... Oh, of course, I don't have any. Pull you up, put you in there, and you also... You also need to be an exerter. Pull that up, and I've got a piece of crushed iron ore in my inventory again. Never mind. Drop back down to the control panel. Right, we are filling up with crushed iron ore. Not as quickly as I would have expected, to be honest. I don't know whether there's a limitation on how fast it's taking it in, because the elevators are a lot faster than that. So I don't know why that's running relatively slowly. But as long as it works, I don't mind. If this is just the rate it takes it in, and I should have built this thing bigger in order to get more throughput, I'm sort of okay with that. Yeah, so we've got some throughput numbers over here. Oh, input is 800 per minute. That looks like about 800 per minute actually, so I can believe that. We've got plenty of those coming in, and then we can chuck out 7,200 litres of molten xenoferrite. Lovely. Yeah, that's a good point. If I didn't have a jetpack, how would I turn this thing? I mean, I think I might have built this taller than I absolutely have to, and I might have been able to put the output lower down. I'm honestly not sure, but I think I wanted it to line up with that one, and it has done fairly nicely. And I suppose I could have put in a staircase as well if I wanted to, but I've got a jetpack, so I don't need to. But yes, it is a little bit weird that it's way up in the air like that. I will agree with you on that. I'm just going to fill this gap in. I removed this gap because I removed those chunks because I ran out of foundation in the last stream for something I was trying to build, and I've got a load more now. So let's fill the hole back in again. It says 243,000 litres of hot air. That's a very good question. It does say insufficient hot air over here, actually, so maybe that's the problem. You are max input rate. No, this can do 54,000 litres, so looks like I might need additional air cookers. Huh. How many was it over here? It was... require 243,000 litres. This bunny is making 54. So this is making about a fifth of what I require. Jeez. I may have overspec'd this blast furnace slightly. Or I may have underspec'd my heating element. However, it's not going to be too difficult to put in more heaters across here. Also, so we've got 54,000 litres a minute. Here we've got 135,000 litres a minute. So even this is only about it's more than half the speed of that, but that requires. But it's still only approximately sort of half-ish. So if I boop you with the thing, are you as big? I think this is about as big as it gets. Oh no, I could possibly put another input on here, but it still wouldn't be enough. So I'm going to need to build another one of these. Could you have been made bigger? Yes. Okay, so let's remove the top part. Let's make this guy bigger, and let's put on more tower pieces. So does this have more? No. Okay, so there's only one output. Excellent. Well, yeah. So I want to put in. So that was. I reckon I need 2, 3, 4. No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I wanted to be. Did I have 2 of these beforehand? No, I had 1 of those and a top part. Okay, so we'll remove that. So we've got 1. I don't think I don't think the bottom part counts. 2, 3, 4, 5. And since I can, I'm going to put in an additional one, because I don't see any harm in having more than any reason not to make it as big as possible. Put another top part on there. Okay, so that's that. Oh, I need to disable it. Ah, right. Okay. So we shut that down. Then we boop it with the construction planner again, like that. Then we redo the design. Tower, 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 tower. Okay, there we go. Top part. The imaginatively named top part. And we'll start construction on that. Okay, so that is now going to have got rather bigger. We're also going to need another one of these, because I don't think, from what I was seeing, let's turn this guy off again to make sure I don't think I can make it any bigger, but let's check, just in case I'm mistaken. So, boop you, and we could have a maximum of 7 vents on there, but that still wouldn't be enough. We can only have 1 tower and 1 utility panel, so that's as big as it gets. So I'm going to need another base station for one of these, and I can put that in opposite it, or I guess. Or not actually directly opposite it, because it'll get in the way of the batteries. I could dismantle that and put 2 of them in a bit closer to this building over here. Yeah, probably do that. But I'm going to need another air intake blueprint. I don't think I've got one of those. Let's search. I said let's search. Click. No air intake base thing. Yeah, so the thumbnail for this time is the thumbnail for this stream is the blast furnace, because that was ridiculously big, so I wanted to show it off. What we'll have for the next one, yes, there's a fairly good chance it's going to be the whole system, or maybe even just the air cooker. We shall see. So I need more. Go away. Start steam overlay. Right, I need more yellow belts. I definitely need more green belts, because I want to upgrade that one that's bringing the iron ore in. And I need the additional blast furnace, air intake base structure thing, so that these guys can fly over and build the machines, build the systems for me. Let's see if I can get back before they're done. So I'm going to guess that I'm making the blueprints for those things down here. I can't press enough keys to fly forwards, across, downwards, and so on. Right, what have we got here? No, these are all the bits and pieces for the doobaries, the assembly lines. This is all belts here. Maybe it's here. Let's go on the other side. What are you guys making? Nope, cargo pick up and drop off. Geothermal boilers. Did I do it here, perhaps? Nope. That's another cargo drone port thing. That's a freight elevator. Where am I making? How do you make these things? So it's the. Oh, I should make a monument at some point. So blast furnace, fine, hot tester, air intake. So it's iron, steel, advanced, and green. So greens are here. So it must be on this, or maybe it's one of these. Nope. It should be on this row here, because that would have iron and steel and advanced and greens. So it should be somewhere along here. Let's grab some more large transformers while I'm here, actually, because I feel like I could do with some more of those, just in case. Right, nothing. Yeah, nothing. Fluid, sound passenger, chemical processor. What are you doing? You're not labelled. You're doing freight elevator 1. Fine, you're doing freight elevator 2. Okay. So far, so actually doing things. I checked all of these, didn't I? These were all doing, yeah, they're all labelled as doing things. Oh, what are you? No, blast furnace base. Yes, that'll do. So we change recipe here. I end up with massive quantities of stuff in my pockets. Is probably actually. Can we? Oh, not. Haven't got enough space in my inventory to reconfigure that. That's awkward. And I just did an auto sort. That's the problem with giant buildings. You need an enormous amount of resources to make them, and then you need, and then you need to do something with those resources when you try and change the recipe. It might actually be easier to use a different machine. Except they're all programmed. I should use that one. I want another inventory expander research. Right, what can I do with... What have I got in my pockets that I don't care about? I don't actually care about these mineral rocks. Let's get rid of those. Or the xenoferrite ore. Or the copper. Or most of this biomass, if we're being honest. Let's get rid of 1, 2, 3 stacks of it. Is that... Now will you let me change the recipe? Nope, still not enough space. Oh, for goodness sake. Most of the stuff, and also a lot of the stuff that I'm holding is going to go back in here to make the next, whatever the thing is that I need to make. Fine, I'm going to have to go and get the basic ingredients in order to make a big chest, aren't I? Chest types. Just temporarily dump my inventory into. Let's use a container, because that's 30 iron plates. That sounded like about 30. Let's see if that was about 30. It was 31. That's impressive. I'm quite pleased with myself with that. Yeah, chest of shame time. Put it in over here. That's quite big. How do I interact with it? Oh, just click on it. Okay, fine. Put all of those, all the belt stuff. Why not? Hopefully, don't need any of this, and all the pipes and all of those, because I want loads of those. Right now, change recipe. I would like an air intake base. Take everything you possibly can towards that. Okay. And over here, I'll take all that back. Okay, I can't take everything back in with one click. That's a shame. And then you can have all of the steel. And what else? Oh, all the green circuits and all of these advanced components. And then next time I try and build something here, I can next time I build one of these blast furnaces, I can transfer all that stuff back across again, and then things will hopefully be a little bit more sane. Oh yes, I was going to get green belts, wasn't I, while I was around here? Green belts are going to be about here. Yes. Yoink. I don't know if 200 is going to be enough, but we'll grab those for now. Have you built one? No, you're still gathering iron. Okay. Maybe I should be upgrading this belt. I'll upgrade once I've got a better supply of iron coming in because I've finished the blast furnace. At that point, I shall upgrade my iron belt. All my iron belts to be probably yellow, at least yellow, if not faster. That's fairly slow. How much does it need? I didn't think the whole point of the buildings is, or the whole point of the buildings should be that the bases should. I feel like the bases should be quite cheap and not require enormous quantities of iron and so on and so on. And then all of that should be brought over, should be paid for with a construction material that the drone ships bring over. But no, they are rather expensive to make, which is slightly annoying. I feel that these bases should be really, really cheap in exchange for them not actually being the building. I do have a few dump chests scattered around the factory. There aren't that many of them, actually. Normally I just throw stuff away. Alright, there we go. I've stopped it again. And you can have the steel and the iron and the green circuits and the components. And we'll just not worry about where those go. Okay, so that one is, in theory, is dedicated directly to this machine. So hopefully we'll actually use the stuff from it. So yeah, I've got some more dump chests over here. Actually, no, that one's not a dump chest. That one is being exported from a machine there for me to grab. These two are dump chests because I had far too much stuff that I didn't know what to do with. I should probably check them every so often to make sure I've got an idea of what's in them. So this is where I'm going to come back to when I want to do assembly line stuff again. I've also got some distillation columns, and those drone miners should be recycled, actually. I'm probably going to... I don't know if a flare stack is the way to get rid of slag, but we'll find out. Fluid assemblers are useful, I'll have those. The rest of this, not so useful. And then this one is all of the circuit condition stuff, where I just built, oh, and a shipping pad for some reason, because I just built one of everything to see what it was going to be like. Oh, and a small transformer as well. I could take that, and I'll probably find somewhere to use that eventually. Right, am I equipped? Let's see if I can get any more green belts before I go. Or rather, see how many more green belts I can get. 48. It's some. When I finally try and bring the iron over from that, from the blast furnace, I'm going to need an enormous quantity of green belts. So I should probably put in a logistics chest and just start dumping green belts into it. This is the sort of place where I would like to use a train, but trains are still, they're not even in, the public beta hasn't even been released for them yet. So trains are not going to be happening for a little while. But eventually, they are the trains that are promised. So I'm hopeful that they will appear sooner or later. Right, so a bit of space here, and then this is going to have to be a logistics chest. So what am I going to need for that? Logistics chest is if I just make a small one or a medium one, or if I make a big one, that's stuff I already have over here: steel beams, advanced machinery parts, and a circuit board. So I can look in here. Open sesame. Steel, and then I can make a logistics container, and then I can go back in here and I can say, actually, I don't want any of that, but I do want this, and I want that to go. I'll put it here so there's a little bit of space for it, and then that means I'm going to need to plan ahead slightly more. I'm just going to come out here and zip and pew and pew and pew. Yes, pew. And then I can run a bit of that across here like that, and then I can go. Oh goodness sake, that's still not quite enough. Are you square? Yes, you're square. I should have made a smaller one. Oh well, never mind. Right, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to put in a long exerter like this. No, I'm not. That's not going to work. Okay, I'm going to put in inserters. I needed inserters. Thank goodness I started doing this, and I've kicked myself for gone back without having picked up more of those. Inserters. Yoink. And yeah, let's get some mediums, and let's get some long ones as well, because I don't have enough of any of them. Crushers, pylons, insert, transform, pump to tier 3 inserter. There we go. Yoink. Fly, please. Okay, so I think it's spaghetti time, I'm afraid. I say I'm afraid, you all like spaghetti, really. So I put in that there, and then that goes there, and then we have, I'm going to, I don't have any red belts, so apparently I've got to the point where I'm just using green or, where I'm using green and red belts, green and yellow belts exclusively. So let's upgrade what's on my, on my sort of hotbar down here, like that. I'm not going to use greens here, I'm going to use yellows though. So I'll have a yellow belt coming out of here to here, then up, and then across, and then down and to there. Then I can put in another inserter. Well, I can't. I can put in a piece of foundation first, or 3, or 2. Can we zap that piece of soil, please? And apparently, I found one of my underground coal belts. How cute. I thought I had some foundation down here somewhere. Everything is a bit compact and... No, don't open the container. No, don't open the container. Okay, things have gone a little bit difficult here. So I guess I'm going to have to use this tool instead to cut a hole across there. like that, because then I can run this across there like that, and then I can put in an inserter. Nope. I can put in an inserter like that, and I can go, geez, that was a lot of effort, and I can come over here and tell this one to be an exerter. And then I go, what the hell? Have I just done that from the wrong machine? I have just done all of that from the wrong machine. Oh, for goodness sake. Ah. All of that is complete utter nonsense because this machine isn't making anything. All that effort, all that fiddly, all that spaghetti, none of this is in the right place. And now my inventory's full. Wait, what? Oh. Right, so over here, where I actually want to build stuff. So maybe I'll put that in the right place. I was just trying to dump into this chest instead of this chest. Right, yes, you are making the green belts. In this case, I can bring it out with a short one, and then, yeah, there is room to go up and over. And then there's room over here to knock this out. And then fill in some foundation like that. And like that, I guess. I'm not sure. I just got really paranoid. I thought I heard Factorio Biter destroying things noises, which is weird because I'm not even playing Factorio. But somehow something sounded like it, and I don't know what it was. All right, let's try this again in the correct place this time. So that comes over to there, and then I put in an inserter here like that. Then I can boop this one and tell it to be an output. There we go. There's green belts coming out. It was much easier the second time. It's almost as if I built it in with this in mind over here. Well, not quite in mind, but slightly more in mind. So now this can just keep running. This will fill up gradually with all of those green belts. I'll grab what's in here for now anyway, just because I might as well. And then as those go over, I can grab the rest from here. And now I've got quite a lot, and when I come back I'll have an enormous number. Right, now I've finished confusing myself, hopefully. I probably haven't. I'll confuse myself again fairly soon. I've got the base unit for the hot air thing somewhere. Don't even know what it looks like. Air intake, there we go. So I've got that, air intake base. Ooh, I'm going to need more of the big fat pipe things. Where was I making those? Pipelines or whatever. They're called pipelines, I think. Was I making them over... I can't remember. What goes into them? Pipe. Are you a building thing? No, you're not. There's pipes, there's pipelines. It's just steel. Okay, so it's probably going to be along here somewhere. Is it you? Did I... Yes, it's you. Right, okay, there's 250 of them. That'll be plenty. Right, once more onto the foundry. No, onto the blast furnace. Let's go and get this actually running and operating now, and get some molten iron out and start turning it into actual iron plates, hopefully, and see what we can do with those. I'm pretty sure... Oh, I should have grabbed more casting machines. I'm pretty sure I'm going to need a lot more casting machines, because somebody did tell me that I was going to need a scary quantity of them. If you do know, don't tell me, because I don't want the spoilers. I'll work it out as I go. Ooh, they're still building the... In fact, they're still bringing in the resources to build the that thing. The... what is it called? The air heater. That's impressive. So yeah, we've got these drones bringing in the construction material that's going to be used to make it. So that's it's just being dropped in. It's not even been brought in by drones. And then my maintenance drones are then actually building the building itself. So down here, I think I could just put the second one in adjacent to this one. That feels like it makes sense. So from here, I can put in a my air heater base thing. I've lost it again. I'm going to have to use the search. Oh, there we go. Air vent, air intake, that thing. Right, so I'll put you in there. I'm going to deliberately leave a gap because if I put them right next to each other, it'll look silly. So I'll put that one in there. And then if we land on this side, this is where the pipe is going to come out. This will allow me to work out where I'm supposed to be. Then boop it with the thing. Yeah, just next to it. I think that's exactly is a good place. So where's my... There's the robot, right? Because that's the side the pipe's going to come out on. So I want to put a tower on top of here. I can't put an additional tower on, but I can put my utility panel there. And then I can put vents everywhere else. Vent, 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 vent. Venti, 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 venti. Right, so this is now going to produce a quantity of air. Start construction. Right, and that's not going to happen until the other one's finished, probably. Oh, it's finished. That was good timing. It has just finished. So, yeah, we'll get our air intake there. However, I'm going to have to pull out a chunk of this pipe. What's kind of funny about this is if you put in a piece of straight pipeline like this, then it goes 1 square. If you replace it with a T-piece, then it goes 3 squares. And so it's actually a lot cheaper to build out of T-pieces than it is out of straight pipes, which is a bit silly, but oh well, what can you do? Is that right? I think that's right. And now stick a T-piece in here like that. And then, yeah, I'll put in a straight pipe. Why not? And then hopefully when the other thing is built, it'll just perfectly link up with it. There we go. Yeah, I'm cautiously optimistic. So at some point we'll see the drone ships come back over from the main factory. They'll then build this up. And you know what? I might as well just start turning stuff on now. It's not going to run at full speed, sure, but it might work a little bit. So we can kick you in. Kick you into action. And then over here, right, we've got enough of all of the inputs now, which is nice. We've got insufficient, well, enough of all the solid inputs. We've got insufficient hot air though, so we're working on that. We'll have more fairly soon. Presumably, if I come over here, we'll see an insufficient hot air on here as well. No, it doesn't. It doesn't say. It says 100% utilization, but it doesn't tell me how much of that input rate is actually being. Wait. Why does that still say 108,000? I thought I increased this enough that it was going to be producing the 235,000 that this needs. 243,000. Unless that's the maximum input rate of the machine when it's fully built and fully equipped and fully everythinged. Because you're only 80% utilization. Because you're producing 135. This is doing 108. So those numbers fit. That one is more than enough to keep this happy. I don't see any other panels. There are staircases for getting around on the thing, but unless that's just saying the absolute maximum this machine can do if you fully build it is that much. Okay. Speed increase per optional tower is 20%, so I'm running it at, so it's running at double speed. Yeah, but there were no numbers that told me before I built it how fast it was going to be able to run, which I feel is bad game design. Okay, so I'm going to need to build another hot air tower and put it down next to this one to produce enough hot air to keep this one thing happy. So it basically is going to have to be two hot air intakes, two air intakes, 2 air heaters, and then 1 blast furnace. And I don't think I even built the blast furnace to its maximum capacity, possible size. Yeah, I could have put in another 4 towers onto it, or another 3 towers onto it if I'd wanted to. and made it even bigger. Could have more pipeline attachments as well, sure, but yeah, that's fine. We didn't need that. We've got the... Yeah, I feel this hasn't been... It doesn't self-document well enough. The numbers are not clear enough, so I guess I'm going to have to go off and get another one of these. In the meantime, let's do those green belt upgrades and finish off the inserters that I was doing earlier. Is this still in my clip paste buffer? It is. Excellent. So I can just come in here and do a confirm paste, and boop, there we go. All those inserters will appear. I'm a crusher short. I did not notice I was a crusher short. Oh well, never mind. That's not the end of the world. I can fix that later. And then upgrade that to a green belt as well. Lovely. Rate calculator for Foundry. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Most of the machines say on them what their rate is. So over here we can see it's 16 a minute and 40 a minute. Fine, that's okay. That tells me what I need to know. It'd be nice if it was consistent between quantity per minute in there and quantity per minute in here, where this is actually a number of seconds rather than number per minute. It'd be nice if those were consistent, but mostly if you can look at a machine and you can get the numbers you need, but all of the blast furnace machinery doesn't seem to have those numbers available properly, which is a bit of a pain. Right, let's go and get another hot air intake because another air heater, and may well mean I need to expand my solar further. We'll see when we get there. On the plus side, that'll sink a load of those extra resources I've pulled out into them, put in that box. So, maxed out blast furnace needs 3 hot air and 2 intakes. Okay. Okay, so the question is, should I go in and max out my blast furnace? I think actually, given the state of where I've got to at the moment, I think I'm happy to carry on building. I want to get it running, so I'm happy to get it built up even without the blast furnace being maxed out. But then, when I inevitably run out of iron, I shall upgrade the blast furnace and then put in another hot air intake. So yeah, sort of work that out at the time. Right. So configure assembly 2. I want you to make another hot air stove, and you need concrete, steel, parts, and other parts. Steel, parts. Parts. And basic electronic components, for goodness sake. Ah. Get rid of that. And that. I think that's all of the random intermediates I'm holding. Alright, now I can go and get some of these. How many do I actually need? Let's find out. To make a hot air stove base. I could make these in my pockets, I suppose. I need 25 of these. Alright, there we go. And then just carries on filling up. This is why I had so much steel in there, because it's just pulling in more and more and more steel. Because like Factorio, it's trying to have enough to build 2 of whatever you might want to build in its internal inventory. And so it just gets a bit silly. Give me that. I suppose give me all of that. And then I'll put it all back in here again. Otherwise it's just going to get worse and worse. Right. Okay, so I've got loads of pipeline. Have I got solar panels? Because I'm probably going to need more. I've got 6 solar panels. I've got a load of batteries, I think. Yes, I've got loads of batteries. But let's get some more solar panels so I can expand that. That's this machine. Gimme. There we go. Okay, back over we go again. Hello, hydrogen. Welcome. Yes, streaming indeed. And it's going fairly well. There's been a lot of back and forth, some of which has been because I should get another. Ooh, I should get some more crushers because I was 1 short, and I should get some more casting machines because I understand that I'm going to need a ludicrous number of them. So while I'm still over here, let's grab some stuff. Crushers they're one of the sort of the multi-step ones over here, I think. Or are they? Or are they just one of the... Yes, they're over here. Crushers, I remember. That's not this one. Mining drill 2. Did I have some mining drills for you? Yes, I did. Large... Oh, there we go. Crushers. Large crushers. Oh, good crushers, rather. And... Oh, where were my casting machines? What goes into a casting machine? Casting machine is made from cheese, probably. Not a vasting machine. We've got a vast machine already. Casting machine is steel, advanced, and normal components. So steel, advanced, and normal. That's going to be somewhere along this row. This is all belt stuff. It's going to be over here somewhere. Not you, not you, not you. Distillation pump jet. Casting machine. Here we go. And these only come out in 5s, which is not very many. I suspect I'm going to need a lot more than 5 at a time. But still, it's a start. And while I'm flying over, you know what I could do? I could do a confirm paste and... Why did that not work? Oh, I think it did. Probably. Maybe I'm too far away even for this even for the pastomatron. Yeah, I think I was. Apparently I'm a conveyor 2 short. No, I've still got plenty of conveyor 2s. It must be it's probably blocked by conveyor 3, that's probably why. Okay, so now it's time for another one of these air oven things. So I don't think I can copy paste these, but I'm going to try because why not, basically. So select area I want from there to there to whoop there. I want to do a copy in place. And I want to paste it across like this. And I would like to clear out any terrain and decor and then confirm the paste. Okay, that seems to have worked. Sweet. I was honestly not expecting that to work, so I'm really quite pleased with that. Then down here I need to put up bomp, 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 and then put in another one of these like that. And then like... Oh, I can't put it on there yet, that's a shame. Then I'm going to want to have a string of these coming across to here. Then I'm going to want to put in one of these here like that. And then over here, similar sort of thing. Pull that out. I'd like a T-piece to go in here instead, like that. And then some more straight bits like that. And a corner like that. A new Stargate show. Interesting. I had not heard about a new Stargate show. I've never got into Stargate, and I think part of that is just that I'm not very good at watching TV shows. I tend to watch a few episodes, and unless it really grips me, I then tend to get distracted and forget about it and go off and do something else instead, and then forget where I got to and stop watching it. So that's happened to me with so many different shows. I was watching Westworld at one point, for example, and was enjoying it, and then I sort of didn't watch any for a little while and forgot what was going on, and yeah, it just tends to go a bit like that. So I'm not very good at TV shows. What time is it? It is midnight. Excellent. So we've used a tiny chunk of the power so far. So it's probably all right. Just need to wait for this to happen. Here comes the ship with all the construction parts for it. Excellent. There's 2 ships coming out. Is one of you a construction ship and the other a supply ship? I can't tell from down here. It's too dark. There's 3 construction. Maybe I made 3 construction. I think I might have made 3 construction ships because I didn't know how many I was going to need. It's all a sort of the number of construction ships you have is largely based on how impatient you are, because you only need one unless you want to get a building built really, really quickly. And you never, so they are idle nearly all the time. But having lots of them means you can bring over all of the resources quite quickly like this. And now we've got 750 out of the 7,100. Oh, got 1,000 out of the 7,100. So we've got about a seventh of it delivered so far. There are 4 construction ships coming over to load stuff up on it. Do the construction ships come in packs of 4? I've forgotten. It's been so long since I actually started building those. So now I need to wait for the yellow ships to come over and actually do the build and drop the drones off to do the actual building work. Yeah, it's nice when a show actually finishes deliberately rather than it just being, oh, this show is doing well, so we've made more episodes in order to make more money. It's nice. Yeah, it's nice when they have an actual deliberate end and they sort of kind of finish. I'm trying to think of other examples of shows that have done that. I guess Breaking Bad did, except they then made a prequel for it because it was successful. But that's also slightly different. Oh, and they made the film as well. I've not really... Yeah, I watched a few episodes of Better Call Saul, maybe two or three of them, and then I got distracted, didn't watch any more of it, and forgot about it, as is my way. So that's another good example of a show that I would probably have enjoyed and just didn't get around to watching. Alright, so here are here are the ships with the maintenance drones that will do these drones that they're going to drop off sooner or later when they finish jockeying for position anyway. It's a good thing they've got those bumper things on the side of them, isn't it? Oh, the drones are already down. I somehow missed them, or I don't know how I missed them. I think they must have just not been drawn until they got down here or something like that. But that then allows the construction to take place. So we've got 1,000 of the construction material in from those 4 ships, and we've got 12% of the 13% and so on of the construction actually done. Oh, I've done a mining efficiency research. Lovely. Oh, I see. You're saying that it was only the first series of Westworld that were actually any good. First series of Westworld that was actually any good. That's fair enough. I mean, it's like there are a number of things like that. Like Scrubs is the other good example where they made 7 series, and then there's the extra one that nobody talks about because it was apparently dreadful. I haven't watched any of it, so I can't comment personally, but I've heard that it was dreadful. And Red Dwarf had Return to Earth, which was shocking. Apparently, it got better again afterwards. But I haven't watched that far yet. I probably should. I've watched as far as the first episode of Return to Earth, and it was a bit... What I watched was a little bit naff, and I didn't get around to watching any more of it, but maybe I should. Yeah, this is still not kicking in because it hasn't got enough hot air yet, apparently. That's a shame. So we're just going to wait for this to finish. That's kind of annoying timing, because there was other stuff. There was stuff to get on with, and then I did all the stuff to get on with while I was waiting for other bits and pieces to finish off getting built over here. And then I learned that I actually hadn't built everything I needed to build, so we now need to wait for that to get built. I can start making the casting machines. That's the thing that needs to be done. So is this side where the molten iron is going to come out? No, this is where the slags come out. Over here... yes, this is the molten iron. There we go, molten iron, yeah. So I want to extend this for approximately forever, which means I'm going to need to zap some wildlife. No, not wildlife. Some of the local flora. Pew! There's something quite satisfying about zapping the big trees when they explode apart into lots of little bits and pieces. Now, of course, in the desert, it's less satisfying because the trees aren't as big, but you know what? I don't actually mind. Right, so along here, I'm going to be putting in the casting machines, and these things are 6 by 7 by 3, so they're 3 wide. I think the input pipe is on the narrow end. Cool, that's good. So that's there. So if I come along here, 6 by, so this is going to be 6 in size. But I'm going to need an output. I'm going to need an output inserter and a belt. So we want to actually make it 8 like that. And then that pipe can run along adjacent to it at whatever point it needs to. So and then they're only 3 wide. So if I go out like 30, that'll allow me to put in 10 of them. And I can do a little bit of laser work over here like that to allow myself a little bit more space. And then I can come over here and I can start actually building these things. So, a casting machine. I shall cast a machine, like so. I'll leave a little bit of a gap, I think, like that, just so as not cramming stuff in too close together. Right, and we need to configure you, and I want you to make xenoferrite plates. Do you care which input the stuff goes into? Yes, you do. Of course you do. That's very unhelpful. Actually, I wonder, can you... It's just occurred to me to wonder. So, no. On this machine, you can change what comes in and out where. This one, you can't. So that's just in the wrong way round, and I'll have to do it again. So I'll try again. With casting machine, spin you round. Go that way this time. And it turns out you actually do... you actually want you to do iron plates. And you're going to make 40 a minute. And my green belts, which we're going to be taking stuff away with, are 640 a minute. So that means 16 machines per belt. They take in 120 per minute of this, of the other things, and with this machine will output. Sorry, did I say 160 litres a minute? Let me check that. 120 a minute, right? And this will output. $7,200. Jeez. Now, is that 7,200 if I'd put all of the extra modules on? I think it might be. So, but it's probably not actually going to be 7,200. But if it was, 7,200 divided by 120 is reach for calculator numbers. 7,200 divided by 120 is 60 machines. Crikey. Okay. 60 is not a number that divides by 16, sadly. However, if I make rows of 16 or 15 maybe, if I make rows of 16, then I can have 4 of those, and they'll nearly fill 4 belts. So I think that's about as good as it's going to get. So I'll put in an exerter here like that, exert like so, and I think. Ooh, if we bring all the belts to the middle, and then have 32 machines on each side, then I can pump it all down. Yeah, I think that works. So in fact, let's bring the belt from here, like this, and then the second half of the machines can have the belt going in the opposite direction. That's nice and easy. So I now want to copy. Can we do a new area? I'd like to copy. No. Let's do the pipes first. So you're going to have. We're going to put a T-piece pipe. No, we're not. We're going to put a cross pipe here because we're going to have another set opposite it, and then we're going to have straight pipes coming off here like this to about here, and then we're going to have an elbow pointing downwards. Like that, and a pipe running down like that. Shame you can't do that and make them meet, isn't it? But that might be a bit too clever, right? And then like that. So there we go. That's going to be my molten iron coming in, being fed through here. I need another piece of pipe on the other side there to fill the thing. And then I can come over here. Now I can do a select an area. I want to go from there to there. No, I don't. I want to go from there to. Actually, let's set up the one opposite as well. That's going to go there. So I actually, I still need to open up a bit more space. 1, 2, fine. 1, 2, 3. So yeah, that was the correct size. So I'm putting another one of these in here like that. I should have programmed it. Configure casting machine to do iron. Wait, no, that's the wrong way around. Put that in there. Squeeze through the gap here and tell this one to do iron. There we go. And then we can have the output inserter there, and this is still going to have a belt going that way at this point. Now I can, you should both be linked in. Yes, you are. Excellent. Now over here, I can now do my copy. So I want to copy everything from there to there to there. Copy in place, and then 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. It should be 15 really, but 16 to fill a belt because, yeah, just because. So put that many in there, and I'm going to need to use the thingamatron to demolish decor, demolish terrain, and confirm paste. I probably won't have enough machines for this. I don't expect to. Oh, I've run out of foundation as well. That I did not expect. I was expecting to have enough foundation. I was not expecting to have enough casting machines. So I need I need more foundation. I've had enough inserters. That's quite impressive. So I need more casting machines, more and more inserters. No, more casting machines and more foundation. Weirdly. So then I can have this belt. This belt can come out from here and come across this way like that. This belt can be removed and can go in like that. And then from the opposite side, we'll have another 2 belts coming out like this. And then all 4 of these can disappear down a hole in the ground and head off over to the down a really, really long tunnel back over to the main facility way over there. And then we'll have lots and lots of iron to play with. Okay, Sophia. Well, thank you for dropping in. Yeah, I'm optimistic that I think I will at least get this producing iron plates. I don't know what I'm going to do with the slag just yet, but we'll find something to do with it. But things, yeah, I feel like things are coming together reasonably well with this design, and I've got a good chunk of what I need. Maybe I'll just start off with 2 belts for now, and then copy this whole system again and put the belts in going the other way later, and just and call this good enough for the time being. But yeah, I'm confident I'll get some iron coming out of this by the end of it. How are we doing? We've got more than half of the construction material has arrived, and more than half of the production has been done. It's just dragging all the construction material over now that is the slow part. I could put in an additional launch pads for the craft that are bringing the construction material over. That would make things a little bit quicker. Is it actually necessary? Is it worth it? Probably not, because it's not like I'm constantly building these large buildings, and there is more stuff for me to go off and do while I'm waiting for it to get built. So I think it's probably okay. Right, back over here. And so I need a lot more casting machines. That's one thing I've learned. I also need to have a look at the help and try and work out what to do with the slag. So, as we said, I know it can be turned into something, and I think it's concrete. But it's just, how do we make enough concrete? How do we do that? And are we going to need an overflow? And we're obviously going to need an overflow. That's almost a no-brainer. But yeah, what do I overflow it into? So another 6 casting machines. Oh, thank you. That's very good time for telling me, actually, Regular. Thank you. I'll go and grab some of that while I think of it, or while you make me think of it, rather. Because yes, let's grab some more of that. Thank you, much appreciated. Right, and foundation was the other thing I needed lots of. That's over here. You know what? Take the lot. No, just take the lot. There we go. And right, how are my supplies of other essentials? Yellow belts are so-so. Green belts running a bit low. Inserters not doing too badly, but let's get some more anyway, because I know when I start building these sort of constructions, I absolutely rip through the short inserters, because every building typically needs 2 of them. So we'll get some more of those. Let's go and see how the green belt production and stockpiling is going. 700, that's not bad. Wait for it to actually get to 7. No, I'll just take it now. 700 is pretty good. That's better than the 200 that would have been stored in the machine. So I'm glad I put that in. Right, so let's have a look at the help and try and work out how to do how to do blast furnaces and what to do with the slag. Required to be heated up, failing to provide enough hot air will cool them down. Okay, so I wasn't providing enough hot air, so it cooled down. Fine. They need to be filled up to a certain threshold before they are filled them up as much as possible. They're more efficient when they're constantly producing when they're filled as much as possible. Okay, well, we'll try and do that. Similarly, waste hot air when it's overproducing and backing up. Fine. I don't think I care too much. Insufficient hot air does not modify. Right, so I can't modify it without shutting it down and pulling everything out of slag, which means I'm going to need to be able to deal with the slag. Right, okay, so yeah, better to shut it down, but it's all free electricity, so I didn't care too much about that. Slag is generally a waste product, can be used in concrete production or can be recycled. So it says use it in concrete production. At the moment, I have a recipe for concrete, which is cement, gravel and water. Have I unlocked an additional recipe that will give me... if I put it through a recycler, does it then turn into something? Resource separator? Let's go and check out my resource separator, see if it can deal with slag. And that's over here. Supported items. How's it concrete? Marble, tundra, dirt, concrete, seed. No. So it's not that then. Oh, thanks for the follow, Linda. Much appreciated. Good to have you around. Right, so we've got loads of stuff in the output inventory. I should probably deal with this at some point, but we don't tend to get enough recyclable stuff for me to have bothered yet, which is a little bit bad, but oh well. Right, so it's not that. Is there another recycling machine? There's barrel recycling as a recipe. And that's it. Which does what? What does that even do? It doesn't say. Oh, presumably it turns it into iron plate, but it doesn't really say. Okay, fine. Got some concrete from somewhere. Oh, I know where from. So, what are there any other buildings in here that might be useful for dealing with the slags? We've got no, it's not a greenhouse, not a resource separator. I don't see slag mentioned in here anywhere. So we've got blast furnaces mentioned slag, fine. Somewhere up near the top, I think. I saw it before. As a byproduct, slag is created. Slag is generally a waste product, but can be used in concrete production or be recycled. And I don't know how to do either of those. Oh! The construction industry has a recycling thing, doesn't it? Is that relevant? No, I don't think it is. No, because you get construction rubble when you adjust a building. I should check whether my... whether my rubble has ended up in the warehouse. Oh, it says we'll recycle it inside the warehouse. Okay, fine. Yeah, I'm stuck. I don't know what I'm going to do with that. Yeah, there's 0 rubble in here at the moment, so it's not recycling. That's fine. We've got 6,000 construction material in there, so that's ticking over nicely. Fine, no problems there. But yeah, this slag is a bit of a problem. I don't know what to do with it. Does anyone in chat happen to know? And could put me out of my misery, because I am. Yeah, there's no. This is how you deal with it. I suspect I can't put it into a casting machine and make bricks of it. It says it can be used for making concrete. Does that mean you can smash it down into gravel or something like that? That would make a certain amount of sense, but I haven't seen a recipe for doing that. Can I put it into a crusher, maybe? Not flare stack, that's not what I want. Casting machine, that's what I want more of. If I put down a crusher, maybe. A crusher seems like a logical thing to use to deal with slag. Let's try. I'm going to need some foundation to put it on. Let's drop a crusher in here and have a look at it. See if it's got any recipes that I can set. I can't remember which one it is that doesn't have recipes. You do have recipes, excellent. Gravel comes from mineral rocks or yeah, there's no mention of slag in there at all. It goes into a chemical processor. Okay, thank you. Let's have a look at one of those then and see what we can do with that. So, chemical processor. Should I have known that? Is there somewhere that says that and I was being blind? This is, I mean, it's entirely possible. This is sort of, I'm sometimes a bit unobservant about these things, but I couldn't find where it gets used up. So, handy. Or have I not? Oh, I know what it'll be. I haven't researched slag reprocessing yet. Okay, that's on me. I should have found that and dealt with it. Okay, well we'll put in a tank for the time being then to store it. The game probably would have told me if I'd actually done the research. Okay, that's definitely on me. I should have checked that one out and spotted it myself. Right, okay, so there is a fluid tank. Here we go. Tank is iron, steel, and advanced parts. Well, I can get some steel from here. Yoink, and some advanced. I don't want those. Is there anything else I don't want in here? There must be, surely. I've got some filter loaders. Don't really know what to do with those. Not a lot at the moment. This portable fuel is... there's a lot of things that I've got more of than I really want to have. I need to go and build a lot of stuff with pipes, for example. But that might be enough. Okay, so now I can take a stack of that and a stack of that. I know my inventory's full again. I can chuck this concrete. No, chuck the concrete in here, actually, because that goes into some of these things. And then... chuck those as well. Right, so that should give me enough. What did I need to make make some tanks? I also need iron. Okay, look, well, here's some. So I can take that and I can make. Okay, we'll make 3 of those. Excuse me. Alright, now I can head over, I can dump all the slag out into tanks, and then maybe it'll just congeal over time and I can hit it with a pickaxe until it disappears. No, I left the digging machine at the end of the tunnel, which is slightly annoying because I'm going to need that to dig the tunnel from over there to back to my main factory. Thank you. Sorry, I forgot to hit mute before I sneezed. I try to be better about that, and about 50% of the time, how deep is this ocean? About 50% of the time, I will hit mute, but it'll pause me in for long enough that I'll forget how to sneeze, or that I was going to, or lose the sneeze in the meantime, and then not actually sneeze. So this is 107 down to 117. So I should probably drop to about 100 before I start. I should probably drop to about 100 before I start tunneling under this water, otherwise I'm going to flood my tunnel, and then I'm going to feel very silly. Okay, so we've got a bit more of it now. We're still missing quite a lot of casting machines, but that is better, I suppose. That's still under construction. Fine. So down here, I'm going to put in some tanks. And tanks are thankfully hidden. There we are. That's not in line. Try again without twitching the mouse. Oh, I can put them... No, their inputs are at the bottom, at ground level, so we'll want that to be about there, and there. I said there. Right, so there we go. And then I can remove that piece of pipe. I stuck that on there just to make sure... I stuck that on there last time just to make sure that it was it was just normal pipe, and I was being paranoid, but I wanted to make sure it looked right. The pipe goes down. Pipe goes up. Pipe goes up. Pipe goes in. Right, so that should now take the slag out, fill up these tanks, and we'll see how we get on with that. And yes, okay, we'll have a little bit more foundation there, and we'll not have quite so much foundation along here. What? No. Bulk demolition. There we go. From there to there. Right, there we go. And because I like to, I'm going to put in some soil underneath here to make it look like this is all supported, because it looks silly otherwise, and we don't want it to look. We don't want the factory to look silly. Okay. How is my construction over here getting on? Ah, it's finished. Sweet. That's good timing. So I can come back round here and then link that to there and turn it on. Right, so that's now, they're both at full utilization. I guess maybe they're filling up a buffer in the other machine. Now that should be enough hot air. Yep, it's hot air output. Hot air output. Sounds like they're both running. They're making quite a lot of noise. Yeah, they're both producing smoke. Okay, so they're both running. They both say they're 100% utilised. And this still says insufficient hot air. I am feeding the hot air in the right place, aren't I? I don't see anywhere else I could be putting it in. Do these pipes have a limited throughput? Capacity 4,000 litres. Input is dumping in 144,000-ish. I sincerely hope not, regular. It's hard to say. But so we're using 38% of the pipe's capacity. Max throughput is 360,000. 360,000, and we're trying to use 243,000. So there's plenty of capacity in the pipes. Not a huge amount over, but there is enough capacity in the pipes. But it's 243,000, but we're only seeing 135,000 here. Unless this is overloaded. No, this is 135,000 as well. Oh, no grid. Ah, I haven't plugged the second one in. That's why. Fine, okay. Plug you in. There we go. And then turn you on. Boop. Right. Now, we've got 148,000 and rising. Excellent. That seems to be working, as far as I can tell. We've got a full pipe there anyway, so yeah, that's quickly going up. 160, 170. It's climbing rapidly. The stoves are taking it all in, so that's good. That seems to be working. Around here we've got 178, 179, 180. It's all getting pumped out the other side. This seems to be working. It needs to get... I mean, it's gradually climbing. We still haven't got enough hot air over here. But we're blowing it all in, and it's... As I say, the numbers are gradually going... No, not that. That. 210... 215... Don't you dare stop. Why is this stopped rising? What the hell? Why have we got up to 216,000 and stopped? This needs 243,000. This pipe is basically full. I can't get through the gap there. That's annoying. Ah, have to go around the outside. This pipe is basically empty. So these two machines appear to not be chucking through as much hot air as I feel like they should be. So yeah, over here we've got a full pipe on this side. We've got 216,000 going through, and apparently that's not enough. Apparently they're not pulling it through. So, but the maximum rate is supposed to be 108,000 for each. That should be 216. Oh, for goodness sake! 108 times 2 is not 243. I need a third one of these. Ah, right. Who let me do maths? Let's go and get another one. I thought it was nearly there. I thought that was going to be enough, but no. It's just... well, it's not. It's 2 and a very, very small amount in order to get the full machine working at full speed. But then the machine isn't... you know what, actually, I should go back over there. And... okay, it might make a load of slag, but I should upgrade... if I'm going to have everything upgraded to maximum anyway, if I'm going to have 3 of these power things, I might as well upgrade this thing to full as well. I don't see any advantage to not doing so. Even if it ends up dumping out all of those ores I put in as slag, then I don't really care. So what have I not got enough of? I've not got enough towers. Everything else is fine. So I'll take off the flare stack and the... what are you? You're a hopper. And then I can put on... oh. And the hopper bottom. And I can put on a tower and a tower. Oh, I'm going to have to make everything taller, aren't I? I'm going to have to make my elevators taller as well. Hopper bottom. Hopper top. Flare stack. What are you? Well, what are you? Conveyor attachment input. Okay, fine. I hope that's on the right side. What are these down here? I'm not sure if that's on the right side. Oh, buildings enable. Oh, I need to disable the building first. Take a minute, sure. And it dumps all that out. It shouldn't be dumping it out as slag because it hadn't got hot enough to heat it up. But never mind. I'd like to put in the command to start upgrading this before I go away, because then the ships and things can start flying around and doing everything that I need them to do. But we need it to finish doing this first. And yeah, I'm definitely going to have to make these elevators taller if I do that. I'm starting to regret that a little bit, and I'm thinking that maybe I shouldn't have. Maybe I shouldn't have, basically. Maybe I should have just kept it as it is for now. But I feel I might as well get it started up and running properly at full whack. Just go all in on this. There's no point in doing things by halves. I am going to have to pull up all of this though. And then find that I've not got enough character space, not enough space in my inventory to do so. I don't have a dump chest over here. Oh, I do. I've got a logistics container. Okay, that'll do. In fact, if I come down here with my logistics, and put my logistics container down here, I can put all of the stuff into it, and then find somewhere more sensible to chuck it all. Alright, this is only going to be temporary, so I don't feel too bad about just putting it on the wall like this. Open container. Right, so you're going to, for now, you're going to take all of my pipes, because I don't need those for this job. And all of those as well. So I need all of that. I need to pull up all of these. I'm actually slightly surprised I had enough inventory space for that. Right, now I should be able to smack this with a... I should be able to smack this with my thingamabob, what's it? And then go remove that, put on more towers, more towers, more tower. Hang on, I didn't check to make sure I'm on the correct side of it. Right, so put the robot over here. Try it again. Okay, so robot is over here. So there's my input. Input is on the near side. We'll remember that. Flow stack goes, hopper go. I said, oh, hopper goes. Hopper, no, remove. Hopper bottom, remove. Right, now we go tower, 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 hopper, hopper, topper, flare stack, and no, conveyor input. Right, there we go. Start construction. So we're going to take away 250 rubble. That's a bit mean because we're just rebuilding things we've already got, but never mind. Bring another 7,500 construction material. That's a lot, but okay, fine. We'll start construction. And then we'll just, I don't know, come back later when it's done, I guess. I don't know what that... Oh, that's because it hasn't been decommissioned yet. Up here is presumably going to be my new input, but we'll fit that when we come to it. So that's something to leave the ships doing. In the meantime, I shall go and get another heating tower, heating system base, and just build the whole thing up from that. It's given that it requires, given it's apparently a 2 to 3 to, was it 2 to 3 to 1? Let's check the scroll back. I can't scroll back. I think it was two air intakes to. I should check the numbers on them, really, shouldn't I? 2 air intakes to 3 heating towers to 1 smelter that I was told. But I guess we'll find out. I should also go and see what BB-8 wants at some point. Bonk. Right, you. I would like to make another heating tower base, please. Oh, I need to find some concrete. More concrete than that. What do you also need? Electronic components and... yeah, electronic components and concrete. Oops. How many electronic components? 25. Oop, that's more than enough. Those go in there, and then I go and find some more. Go and find some concrete. I think there's some available just over here where I'm making the construction material. I've said it before, I'm going to say it again because I'm going to grumble about it a little bit. I do feel that these buildings should be really these foundation things should be really cheap to make. In fact, or if not basically free, because all they are is an instruction for your bots to come over and build in that area. You shouldn't have to provide an enormous quantity of resources to the system as just the base unit. It should... Oh, we've not got any concrete. Oh dear. So that means we've not got any construction material. Well, yeah, we've not got any extra construction material being made, so we're going to run out of that as well. Lovely. Okay, so presumably that's because my patch over here, where I'm producing my concrete, my stone patch has run out. Oh, missed. Elevator, please. Bing. In which case, that means I'm going to have to think about getting some stone over to here and then doing something useful with it. Let's go down to mineral rock and have a look. left. Yes, I think that's going to be the problem I have here. I assume I've been getting through so much glass that I've run out completely of stone down here, and therefore it's not making any concrete, and therefore we have problems. Yeah, there we go. Look, there's nothing on this belt. Oh, actually, there's a bit of patch left. So maybe if I upgrade these drills, we'll get a little bit more life out of this. Then we can come back and worry about this another time. Because these are supposed to have a slightly longer... What have I done? Place a drill above my head, apparently. Yeah, these drills have a slightly longer range. Come on, upgrade it. There we go. These drones, sorry, have a slightly longer range than the basic ones, so they'll be able to fly all the way out to here and go and pick up the ore from here and possibly from over here as well. So that should get the concrete up and flowing again. Along here, I think we're making glass, but also I think we're making glass as a low priority. So we're still making some of it though. It's losing some of it up. I thought we basically stopped using this system for making glass because I had a better one elsewhere. But presumably, clearly, there's still a little bit being pulled through from there. So I'm probably, at some point in the not too distant future, going to have to move my my concrete production and start shipping concrete to here somehow so I can carry on doing the sciences. That's going to be a little bit awkward. But I guess whatever belt is taking the glass away at the moment could bring the concrete in along the same route. So it shouldn't be too difficult. Right, so now we should start making concrete again. Is that over here? Oh, the stone hasn't started actually coming up yet because we've got a rather slow elevator here. I don't feel there's any point in upgrading it. There we go. There's my stone. Didn't I just binned an enormous quantity of stone earlier, which is a little bit upsetting because I had a load of it that I didn't need. Let's come down to the other end of here and then chuck my inventory in there and in there and in there. Okay, that's a lot. Alright, so that'll start making the cement now, which means over here. Oh. Bah, I should have put it in these machines because these are the ones where we've run out of gravel for making it, but never mind. There'll be some coming through on the belt any minute now. Any minute now. Crunch, 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 crunch. Spit. Just like that. And that can then be swallowed up by these machines. It can then go into here. And then I'll try and intercept it as it comes past, I suppose. Like that. Got one. Now I just need another 80 of them. 79 of them, technically, actually. Ugh. There's probably no point in upgrading these belts, really. It'll make me feel a little bit better in the short term, but it won't help overall. Yeah, I guess my point is that that you're not doing the construction with the things from your inventory like you are with absolutely everything else you make. Like when I build one of these things, I come over here with a crusher and I place it down, and then there is a crusher that has come out of my inventory. Whereas the massive buildings, you're basically placing down a blueprint, telling your drones to come over and build that building here. You shouldn't need anything at all for that. Maybe a concrete base or something like that, or I don't know. But I feel like you shouldn't really need anything. What's this stuff? Is this concrete? No, it's basic shape, basic decor shape. Okay, we'll put it back then because I don't want it in my inventory. Okay, so we now have some concrete coming out. It's not coming out in particularly large quantities, but I can grab a bit of it as it comes past me. I guess this is where the slag processing is going to come, and making concrete out of that is going to come in very, very handy, because apparently we need a lot of concrete that we're not making from anywhere else. I'm sort of deliberately letting that go past, because then it might go off and get made into construction material, which we definitely need in massive, massive quantities. I think I'll just grab some fluorinert, or whatever it's called. The F stuff. That stuff. Thermalite, that's the one. That's the bunny. Can't believe I'm manually grabbing blocks of concrete one at a time to go over and feed into another into an assembly machine to make a base unit for a thing. How much have I got now? Oh, here comes loads. I've now got 57. Okay, we're getting there. I mean, that's more than halfway. This is where I have my weekly. Oh, I wish this game did had a feature where it showed you how when you pick a thing up, it told you how many of that thing you had. It's probably enough now. Yeah, 85. That's enough. The base, you're right. The base unit is the only special item that's required to make an anything. But then, why should you need special things to make why should every individual building have its own special recipe? Why not just say yes? It's made out of all of the all of the bits and pieces you're already holding. Have that, and then stop it. There we go. Over here, so you can have that, and that's about it, actually. I've got lots of this and this to put back into the machines, which is fine. Yeah, actually, that's a fairly good justification, actually, Bob, I suppose. Yes, you're bringing over all the special sort of electronics and things that are required for the building, and then the bots just bring over, as you say, basic construction stuff that's just building, that's just the big pieces, big steel panels and concrete concrete chunks and steel bars and that sort of thing. Yeah, I can see some justification there. Yeah, you're bringing over sort of the interesting, clever stuff for the construction. Yeah. Oh, my elevators are going up forever because I didn't put a top on them, but fine. I will eventually. Right, and then over here, I need to put in another one of these. So I will go from... Oh, I don't think I brought any more of the things I needed to do. Right, I would like to select a new area, though, anyway. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I want to go from there to about there. Where's the edge of this thing? Which side is the stairs? The stairs are on that one. Okay. Out to about here, then. Up to... whoosh. Whoops. Up to about here. I'd like to do a copy and place. I'd like to put another one in there. And then I would like to demolish that and confirm and paste. Right. Okay. Why did it not paste this? Copy this thing. Copy this pipe over. Grumble, 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 grumble. Try again. Oh, not enough pipe. Not enough pipe. Oh, I dumped it somewhere. Okay. That's fine. I can cope with that being my mistake. I think I put it in here. I did. So I'd like that back, please. Maybe we'll take a little bit of pipe, just in case. Don't need that much pipeline. And what I actually wanted to dump in here was that and that. Oh, and the stone, which I put somewhere else, but that's fine, because we've used it somewhere useful. Okay. Back up to here again, and yes. Oh, yeah. Redo the paste. Convert paste. Right, there we go. I've got that pipe now, so now I can just extend this pipe from there. No. From there to there. And round here. That goes. That goes. We do have a T-piece. I said we do have a T-piece. Could do with that being... No, select the right thing. I could do with the distance you can select things from being a bit longer. Ideally being at least as far as you can build things from. So when you're faffing around with things like that, it will just work TM. How are you getting on? Oh, it's only halfway through bringing the construction material over because I had that big problem with not having enough to build it, not having enough of it, so that's going to take a while. That's only less than half done, which means this won't even be started yet, and that's another 7,000. Okay, it's going to take quite a long time to get this up and running, I'm afraid. We'll get there, but I don't know if we'll get there today. Maybe one of the things I need to be doing is going over and making more concrete. Oh, let's go and get the boring machine and dig the tunnel back to the main base. Yeah, I shouldn't have left it all the way down at the other end where the coal's coming from. I should have brought it back with me. But never mind. Oh yeah, yes, I'm. This is one of those things that I'm intellectually aware of, Bob, but I haven't properly internalised and got into the habit of doing. So yes, you're quite right. It would be a good idea to just sort of tweak the blueprint editor around a little bit as I'm going. And yeah, I really should. I don't have a good explanation for why I'm not. I just haven't got used to it. So I'll try and remember to do that in the future. Thank you. It's one of those things. I've had that a little bit in Factorio as well, with a lot of the recipes or a lot of the new features, the quality of life features that have been added in 2.0. I'm aware they exist intellectually. If somebody said, "Did you know Factorio can do this?" I go, "Oh yeah, of course I do." But then I don't necessarily use them automatically and subconsciously because I haven't got into the habit of it yet. I imagine that'll probably happen as I play more and more of the game. But so far, yeah, it's a sort of it's a gradual process which I'll building up too slowly. Dum-de-dum-de-dum. Long tunnel is in fact quite long. Alright, so I'm sort of tempted to carry on digging from here because this is kind of my tunnel, but now let's just start another tunnel. Although I will put it at the same height. What height are you? You're at... No, height of 89? I thought it said 90 at the other end. Okay, we're at a height of... Oh, it's probably just flying. Height of 89, okay, and that's okay, because that's less than whatever the number was that we were at before. That's less than the 100 that the river went down to, so that's alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so that's room to put in the boring machine. Oh, I suppose I could. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I think it's, to be honest, the latency isn't, most of the time, the latency isn't so much of a problem because I can, normally I've got enough things on the go that I can drop in an instruction, say, just build this thing for me. And if it takes a little while, it doesn't really matter. However, at the moment, things are, well, actually at the moment, the limiting factor is how quickly we can make the building materials for making these things. That's the slow part. So it's kind of almost not irrelevant, but it's not as big of a deal as it would be otherwise. Right, over here, let's see. So I want to go down about here. We're going to have 5. We're going to make a block 5 wide, like that. Go down. So I want to go down to 89. Thing is, I'm going to have ramps coming down here. Maybe I should probably I should be using elevators, but the elevators aren't really fast enough. So let's reckon on doing this. Yeah, I think this should work as a way of getting the resources down to the level I want them to be at. Where have I got to so far? This is 119. Wow, this is going to take a long time to get down to 89. Maybe I should have used elevators. But then the whole thing is going to be a bit like this, really. In that the whole thing is going to be one very, very long, wide tunnel. So starting off like this, it's a shame it's a bit slow to dig, and it's going to be sort of like this for. It's going to be this sort of scale of construction for the whole distance we're going. So I'm not going to complain too much about digging a bit of this out by hand, I think. And run out of range. So one there, and then, ooh, yeah, this is getting slow now because I've stopped digging through sand and started digging through rock, so it's quite a bit more of an effort than it was before. But I am going to be able to run massive green ramps down here to get all the resources down into my tunnel. So, you know, it's going to be effective. It's just a little bit slow to dig out the initial parts of it. $105. Yeah, this is quite a big job. And with it being diagonal like this, it's not going to be easy to dig out with any of the tools I've got. They're all designed for digging. They're all designed for digging big, basically cuboids. And this is not a cuboid. This is a diagonal. But we're making. I mean, this is making steady progress, and it's quite nice that I found an angle where I can just stand there and keep the laser firing, and it does it at the right sort of angle of downness. That is 2. Yes, it is. So I want to go in here. Okay, down to 97 now. I am nearly there. 96, 95, 94. I don't know. I'm going to have to run down this hole to find out where I've got to now. 92. Okay, only 3. Well, 5 more digs. No, 7 more. Oh, I don't know. Some more. 1. $89. Lovely. Right, and I'm at. Let's just dig this out a little bit more. 1, 2, 3. Right. So I want to meet here. So I want the middle of the drill to be at -723.86. Write that down. -723.86. Of course, this is where I find out that I've not left enough room here for the. Ooh, that's a bit tighter than I was thinking. That worries me a bit. Down slope. Going down here. Oh no, it will work. It's just a bit further up in the air than I was really wanting it to be. Yeah, I was intending that to be a lot closer to the bottom of the hole than the top, but apparently counting is difficult. I'm pretty sure I said put in more than 1 there. I mean, it'll work, but only just. That was meant to be. Rage noises. So 723. I actually want to go a bit further than 723. So that would be. Yeah, let's go 100. Slightly more, but that's fine. Confirm. You'll need fuel. Let's run you off. No, let's keep running off biomass because I've got lots of it and I kind of want to use it up. Right, off we go. Crunch, 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 crunch. There's no actual need to join these tunnels up or to have them at the same height or anything like that, but it just feels. It feels sort of sensible and nice to have them linked. This is just my sort of general underground everythingness. And I suppose that this, if I wanted to, I could actually link the high voltage power systems together down this tunnel. It's probably unwise, although I mean it's all solar. If it's just everything, if I want everything to run all of the time, so if I can link stuff together, I might as well. But then it's also the effort of running the power cables all that distance, which is why I didn't link into my main solar farm and have a separate one, and actually have a separate one for the blast furnaces instead. So, yeah, probably fine as it is. And what was the other one? The other one was 86. So I want to go about sort of. I was going to say almost 100. Let's go 90 and then line it up from there by hand. 95 anyway. Go. So this should pop out a little bit beyond the other tunnel. So if I go out and go around to the other tunnel, I can come back and make them meet. And it'll be like digging the Channel Tunnel, where the French and the English sides met with only sort of a metre or so out, which everyone was very impressed by at the time, for with good reason. Yeah, this is so close to the top. I'm not even going to be able to run down it when it's got the all the slopey belts in here. I might see if I can pull the belts back a little bit. I can hear the boring machine coming. That limiting simulation performance thing is a little bit concerning. I mean, I know my computer is struggling a little bit. I do have plans to buy a better system. I was hoping for them to have met by now. 709. Yeah, I think I didn't run the boring machine far enough, and I don't remember what it was at. I don't really want to just start knocking holes in the wall here to see if I find it. I suppose it's coming down to 1 by. Was it 700? Maybe I'll go. Oh yeah, personal drones. Yes, that's a good idea. Yeah, I should have done that for this bit. That would have been sensible. But that's already going down as soon as it can. So I have just put this hole in the wrong place. I mean, it's going to work from the point of view of getting the resources down there. The ramps will fit without any problems, but it's a bit of a mess. I messed it up a bit. Basically, is what I'm saying. Oh, it ran out of fuel. That's why. Okay. Stop. Am I in the right place? Yes. Stopped in spot on, exactly the right place. Right, so now we'll rotate it this way. We'll put in some better fuel because this just isn't going to work for what I want it to do now. So I'll put in the portable fuel instead, and then we are currently we're at wherever we're here at the moment, and I'm going to send it all the way to about here. It'll stop if it runs into any of my existing underground infrastructure. So I want it to go to here, which is about minus 76. So I want it to go 620, 630. Problem is, if I just set it off, send it off now, I'm probably going to lose it. Or at least I'll have to go all the way down this tunnel myself in order to find it. I'd like to be able to get it into exactly the right place and drop in and find it at the other end, which I probably could do, actually. If we say the line is going to be at, where are we? We're at 87 here. '86, 87-ish. So if I run that all the way over here, then it will still be at 86, 87 when it gets to over here, and still at height of 90. H90. So if I set that going and just tell it to run for to 100. Wait, what? Oh, 89, right? Yeah. To tell it to run for 650, then it should end up in about the right place, and I should be able to find it again. Okay, let's put in 650 in here and see if it makes it. I don't know if the amount of fuel I put in is going to be enough, but I'm optimistic enough that I'm going to give it a shot and see what happens. Right, in the meantime, what's going on up here? How are we getting on? Well, we still haven't finished the... Oh no, we finished the first build, so this is now complete, and that means it's now time to come along here and start putting in the bits and pieces that are going to run off the back of here. So, can I put in foundation? Yes, I can put in foundation across here. Lovely. That's what we want first. And we want it to be that wide for the inserters. Yes. And you know what, let's just bring it out to here as well. And and across to here, yes, because we've got 3 drills, three elevators. So bring it all the way across here. And then, can I drop in my freight elevator topoloppers here? I want you to be a top, please. There we go. Yes, I can. Sweet. So I can put that in the correct places. So one goes there. Boop. One goes there. And one goes there. And then I think I think this is the iron ore. So I want 2 exerters on here, like that. I want 1 on this one, and I want 1 on this one. And then under here, we have... Oh, can I see through far enough? Yes, I can. Sweet. That and that, and that, and then that. And if I ever need more than we're feeding through on these on these 2 green belts and the single green belts there, then I guess I'll have to split off my resources to multiple elevators on multiple sides and do another rebuild on this and generate another ton of slag down there. But we'll burn that bridge when we come to it, as they say. All right. In the meantime, how are you doing? Tell me about this. Okay, we've got 500 out of 7 and a bit thousand. 10% of the way there. So it is happening. It's slow, but it is happening, and this will get built eventually. But I think we're probably limited by concrete on that at the moment. Exactly. Yes, bridges are made to be burned. I've got the pipes in place already. I can't put the cable in over here yet, and I can't turn things on. But other than that, it's all more or less up, ready to kick in and start functioning. So, and there's a... Well, I can't do anything with the slag until that research and the next research finishes. That's going quite slowly. I suspect I'm struggling to make one of the science packs. Probably the one that requires concrete, to be honest. Would make sense. So I guess the next thing to do is go off and try and fix the concrete supply problem. Oop, here come all of the maintenance drones. Why are they flying horizontally? That's odd. I'm not going to worry about that. Yeah, so next thing is to think about the concrete supply. So at the moment, there's that patch of mineral rock there that is a bit inadequate, shall we say. There's a patch down here which I'm turning into massive quantities of glass. That's doing okay. And there are other patches, but I would rather not, given that I'm getting fairly close to switching over to another way of producing concrete, I think I'd rather not build a huge infrastructure system around here to get that working. True, pump jack efficiency. Yeah, it's true. Let's get rid of that and get that one working sooner. Hopefully that means that when I do get back to doing the pump jack efficiency again, it's going to be partly done. Because I spent a load of time working on it. I can't oh, can I incubate it like that? No, I don't know. We'll get rid of it again. Go fracking tower. I'd like to have that, actually. Mining efficiency is useful, but we'll come back to that later when I've done everything else. I guess we'll look into rubber as well, because that seems like a useful thing to have. And that will then unlock things like conveyor belt 4s, freight elevator 4. That'd be very useful. Ooh, shaped charge is nice. Super alloys, apparently, and many, many more bot types. Okay, so I think we're in... Yeah, that's a good set of research to be doing at the moment. Let's go over and have a look at the research, because I don't think there's any point in doing anything until that's finished. Let's go and have a look at how things are ticking over on the other side of the world, and see what I can do from there. Oh, I'll poke down an inspection hole to find out whether the boring machine has got over here yet. So that was at 87 down to a height of 90. 87 is up here, quite a long way. So it's about here. Okay, it's going to meet... I already have a major underground tunnel here somewhere. If I look on the map, yes, right underneath me at the moment. So it would actually be quite useful to have an inspection hatch that goes in here and gets both of them. So let's go into the sand here. Let's try and dig vertically if we can. There we go. So ideally, actually, my inspection hatch would be off to the side of this shaft and off to the side of the other one. I'm at 80 at the moment, so it probably will be. So let's have it here. And then fill this hole back in again. Because this will allow me to get to any of these transport tunnels. Sand. This is rocky desert dirt. Is this rocky desert? No, this isn't rocky desert dirt. This is just straight up sand. I don't know why it didn't show it to me as soon as I... Oop. Yeah, I mean that's seamless. I don't know why it wouldn't let me Q select, but it'll let me Q select there because technically I can see the edges of it. It is very, very slightly lighter, but it seems to be exactly the same thing. So I don't know what the game's playing at there. Right, I want to drop down to a height of 90. I should probably put some kind of signpost at the top of this as well, so I can find it again in the future. And then I'm going to need to go forwards to 87. Yeah, this is the right way. And hopefully I'll find a massive tunnel, and the boring machine will have got over here already. And if... Nope. It's either failed, or it's just not here yet. Either way, I'm not going to worry about it for now. Yeah, I haven't got fracking yet, though, so having extra mining efficiency feels like a good thing, because it'll make what patches I do have last a bit longer. I understand that I'm not going to need it in the long term. Well, no, let's use stone for this, actually, because I'd like it to be a little bit more obvious. Yeah, so yes, eventually fracking will make everything free, but for the time being, I feel like it's a useful thing to have. Okay, so there's my hold down to that. So at the moment, I think the problem is that we don't have enough concrete coming out of not there, over here. Okay, now there's a steady supply of stone coming up, and there is... Oh no, the concrete has backed up, so we do have enough concrete. It may just be a production rate problem over here. Then let's go and have a look at the construction material. That's here. Okay, no, there is a steady stream of construction material coming through, so that is fine. We've got it being produced at yellow belt rates, so I think we're going to be okay. It is going to. All of this should get built without too much difficulty. We've got about 400 in here at the moment. Okay, so there's a bit of a shortage for the ships to come and get. We're not making it quite as quickly as it would be nice to be making it, and we have absolutely no buffer because we've used up all 25,000 that was in this warehouse, and we weren't making it at that point, so we ran out. But now we're catching up again, or at least we're producing it fast enough that... More, please. I think that's just the amount of time it takes to build it. So that's kind of okay. We've got 2 machines making construction material. Yeah, 2 machines making construction material. So it's okay-ish. Just need to yeah. There's just occasional gaps when between production streams. Okay, so I could upgrade these to more advanced assembly machines. I guess that would speed things up a little bit without needing too much faffery. So, boop and boop. There we go. Now we can have... That'll run a little bit more quickly now. We'll get the construction material out a bit faster, and we can carry on building things up. So, how's this? So, Okay, let's go and talk to BB-8, see what he wants. Hello, Baldroid. What's up? Ooh, I've done going big. Apparently, I've apparently gone big.
Holy smokes! What did you provide us with, BB? It'll be quite a task to get that beast running, but I think we are up to it.
That's the what's name smelter, I assume. Increasing efficiency. How do I increase efficiency? Tell me about that.
Indeed, we have done an excellent job, and our operation is running smoothly.
Improving mine efficiency.
But you're suggesting
Fine.
we
Yeah.
can further optimize by improving our mining efficiency to extract more resources from each ore source? Good point.
I wonder how much of that they expect me to do. Oh, complete research, mining efficiency level 5. Okay, well, I'll do that at some point. At the moment, I don't care a huge amount because, as you say, there's more important things to do at the moment, and it's not going to be that useful in the long run. 168. Why are we not making these? What have we run out of? Green circuits. What? How have we run? Why? What? How? Why? When? Who? Where? What? How can we run out of green circuits? Where's my green circuit plane? Right, okay, let's go and find out where the green circuits aren't. That's weird. I thought that was just a sort of a... Maybe I've started using them much, much faster, but I thought green circuits were basically a... I'm not going to say a solved problem, because there's no such thing, really. But I thought they were being made more than fast enough for the foreseeable future. But apparently not. Also, they're blooming miles away. So it's going to take me a little while to get out there. And in fact, the copper vein isn't actually where the green circuits are being produced. The copper vein is just where the copper for the green circuits is being produced, and the green circuits are beyond that, because for some reason I decided, let's carry on building further and further away, rather than let's build the construction stuff back towards the main factory so I don't have to fly quite as far. So we have plenty of plastic. Good. We have no copper. Have I used up the copper veins? I must have used up the copper veins. Gosh. Okay. Let's go down and have a look. Whee! Of course, I don't have my boring machine with me now to dig out more of these convenient tunnels to go and explore further. Yeah, so these have stopped because... Missing fracking liquid for ore vein core mining. Yeah, because we've dug all the way in over here. And apparently that's it. Okay. Fine. And I guess the short-term solution is go down another level to 52 and pick up those 3 veins. I'll need my boring machine back for that, but it is a thing of which I could do. And then yeah, because as it is, we've got four vein miners on this level, all of which are pumping out ore into this lift. There's only one lift actually at the moment. Okay. Well, I guess that's going to be a thing to do, isn't it? And I should probably have an escape hatch here as well. Let's build one. But I'll put it on... For reasons that may or may not become clear later, I'm going to put it on this side. And then probably get to the top and realise I put it on the wrong side, but never mind. Meh. Oh, just demolished a loader. That's not ideal. Oh, I see. Yeah, that is not. There's not a good place to put it, and not for the reasons I was thinking. But yeah, okay. Guess we won't have that there. I suppose I could put in a hatch here like that. There we go. Now we can. Just need a little bit of adjustment on the way up. Right. So I guess I'm going to have to go back and get the boring machine. Go down, put in more vein miners in order to get more copper. Yes, now I need fracking. Yeah, it's in the research queue. I suppose I could go back and well, actually, I'm now. I want to see how far apart the different parts of my factory are. So what we've got over here. This is iron blast furnace. Yeah, sure, iron can be in grey. Why not? How far off is that? 1.5 kilometres. Okay, that's not as far as I was expecting. To be honest, I was expecting it to be a lot further away. Yeah, fracking would be a nice, quick and easy way to get that sorted out, at least in the short term. I say quick and easy, I don't know how much tech is required to go into the actually setting up the fracking. It could be quite a lot, but we shall see at some point, once we've done like another research and a half. Let's check in and see what the limiting factor on my science rate at the moment is, because it would be quite nice to get that slag up and running. I can also then drop into the inspection hatch over there and find out whether my tunnel has arrived yet. Are we short of any of the science packs? Yes, we're short of... green science. Is that the concrete requiring one? Yes. But all the machines are not running. So what I need to do here is increase the amount of concrete production we've got going on along here, which probably means I then need to increase the amount of gravel production and maybe cement production. Although, looking here, there's only about half of these machines running and most of these ones running. So if I put if I put in some more of these to make the actual concrete itself, then I can upgrade all of these machines to the green ones. And then, yeah, that should be a nice, quick, easy win. So let's come in here and select an area. Right, so I want to do from about there to about... let's do 2 machines at a time, just for no good reason, just because, why not? Then I want to do up to there, because I'm also going to need to go 1 square down, which is a thing we've been reminded I can do now. Oh, yeah, and no, what? No. Start again. There. To there. To there. And then Alt, drag, make the bottom go down 1 square. There we go, that's what I wanted to do. Then I can do a, yes, copy in place. And then bop, bop. Oh, yes, nice. That'll fit in very nicely there. Then we can do a panel, demolish terrain, demolish decor. Have to demolish buildings as well, and then confirm paste. I've not got enough conveyor 1. Okay. Well, we'll do some upgrades then. That's fine. Where is the conveyor 1? There it is. We'll just upgrade that to yellow along here because I don't care. Yellow is still reasonably cheap. Bring it along to here. Oh, and I didn't have enough of the what's naming machines. What are you? What are you? Oh, casting machines. Of course they're casting machines. Why would they? Of course they would be. But let's do an upgrade along here as well. So I want to put in assembler 2. This won't help very much for now. Because I don't have enough speed to do the to make it to produce what I'm. No, don't be weird. I don't have enough production of the previous stages of the concrete blocks to produce the science at this speed. But when I increase the speed of that, then it's going to help. So now I can go off and get the casting machines, and then I can do the magic long-range paste shenaniganery. So casting machines. I do wish casting machines had bigger stack size, because that means there's only 6 in this machine at any given time, and that's not really as many as I would like. So confirm paste again, right? Because I need quite a few here. I need loads over there. It's obviously a sign I should just be taking them out and putting them in another storage system, of course. But still, right. And I could carry on along here, have a gap for this pipe to come through, and just put them along this pipe. That would work perfectly well. These are all running, so it does suggest We were making enough gravel to support that. Oh yeah, I was going to upgrade some of these as well. So let's do that. Because I've got casting machine 2s. Crusher 2s, sorry. So let's do a little bit of upgrading along here, because these machines are running flat out. These ones were not. These had like double. These had capacity to double. They only about half the machines were running. Is what I'm trying to say. That belt though appears to not be fast enough. So let's turn that into a green belt. There we go, and it immediately stops. Fine. That's not a problem. I'd rather it was. I'm happy for it to be stopped. This belt, I think at least I'll turn it into a yellow. May find that it's already fast now. I mean, the machines are all working, but I'd rather, as I say, I'd rather have the belts sort of going slowly, jerkily, than not have enough resource of whatever the resource is. Similarly, let's upgrade that, and that one's going. That's starty stoppy, but yeah, whatever. Right, so a little bit more, Of course, the belt at the other end of this is a red belt, so that's not actually going to help. But never mind. So I could put in additional casting machines over here if I had any. Sort casting machine. I've got 2 more casting machines. Alright, let's get this and place another 2. Let's get it in about the right place and then we'll adjust it afterwards. Okay, that's about enough. Put that way, and then I want it there. Is that at the same height? Yes. So I can now do a bish, bash, bush, bosh. There we go. And I've got 2 of them in. So I could do, again, as usual, potentially need more casting. Actually, no, let's put in another 2. That's probably going to be enough at this stage, I think. So put that there, that there, that there. And then over here, which probably had a link in the foundation anyway, and I can put in another piece of belt there to take the output away. And right, that should, yeah, they've kicked in already, so that's going to give me a bit more concrete. This belt is now too slow, apparently. we have the yellow belt is actually fast enough. We are, so even without some of the concrete going down there, the yellow belt is enough to keep all of the machines running. So I think that's all right. That will have, in theory at least, increased the rate of production of the green science a little bit. I do notice that only about half the machines are running now, which is presumably, is it down to the concrete shortage? It is. So we've got plenty of all the other things. I may need to upgrade some more machines over here but basically the concrete is currently the problem. It is difficult to produce. That isn't moving as smoothly and as quickly as I would like. Is this a red splitter? No, it's not a red splitter. Let's upgrade this anyway. Let's make you a green, and make you a green, and make you a green. There we go. We can pump twice as much concrete through now. I don't expect that to help particularly because I think we're already taking it out as fast as we could. But now it looks a bit better, a bit smoother. So I'm sort of okay with that. Oh yeah, and I was going to go and check the inspection hole, which is over here. Boom, boom. Boink. Nope, still no boring machine. Something must have gone wrong. I wonder if it ran out of fuel, despite me putting in better fuel. This is a lot lower down than my other tunnel. Okay, let's go and inspect the blast furnace. I would like to have a lot more casting machines, but... yeah, exactly. If the belt's running faster, you must be making more stuff. That's just how it works. Definitely. The slag reprocessing is getting close, actually. 84%. It's most of the way there. I'd like it to be faster, but yeah, doing my best. Doing our best. Oh, we're still building the heating tower. That's taking a long time. How are you getting on? Bip. 6,000 out of 7,100. It's okay, it's nearly there, 83%. But still, they are Oop, there's another delivery. How much of a delivery was that? Was it a full 1,000? No, it's only about 100 and something. But there's another one coming in, so it's getting there. I do feel like I've spent the entire stream messing around with this fracking tower. And I feel like I'm swearing at it, calling it a it's not a fracking tower, it's a... it's something completely different. It's a blast furnace. But I feel like I've spent the entire stream messing around with a blasted furnace. Oop, there we go. Touchdown. Bip. And you know what? Since I'm here and I'm going down this belt anyway. Ooh, what I could do is that, not you, and then copy this. Could you stop being wrong? What are you doing? I don't know what you're doing, but it isn't right. Right. Select area. From there to there. Oh, and yes, that one. Go away. Yes, there. And now, copy and place. And then... It didn't get very far at all. Why did it stop there? Maybe the fuel is actually completely useless. Yeah, that fuel didn't go very far at all. Chucking in 100 biomass would probably have got it further. Go. Hey, slag processing. Alright, let's select a new area up the front here. Not sure why, just seems like a good idea. Copy in place. I suppose actually I could I could use the copy paste mechanism to dig out the tunnel, but that does feel like cheating, so I'm not going to. Don't know how far I'm going to actually get doing this. This far. Okay, I have now used up all of my green belts. Not entirely unexpected, to be honest. In fact, you know what? I'm going to stick with the this machine. I'm going to get back in here. I'm going to ride along in here, and there we go. And I'm going to have a look in the in here and see if I can work out how to deal with this slag stuff. So we're talking about another method of making concrete, weren't we? So here we go. Cement reprocessing. Takes in 36 blast furnace slag in a chemical processor and turns it into cement. And then cement needs gravel and water. So I am still going to need a load of rock. But we do have stone coming along here from this mineral patch. So... And we've got water fairly close by as well. So if I get some water out of this patch here, bring that along to here, we can make cement in this area on the output of the blast furnace, and then chuck that onto a belt coming along here, and that'll give me a nice ready supply of it. Okay, that feels like quite a good plan for concrete in the long run. We're doing fracking tower now, so that'll help with the copper problem. Although how easy fracking is going to be, I may discover that once I've developed fracking, it's then going to need a massive amount of infrastructure investment to get that up and working. But I have now found my boring machine again, which at least means I can then start expanding my everything's. I can start. I've got the boring machine, so I can now head back over to here and do another set of the copper veins on this vein patch over here, and then have them come up a second elevator, bring them up about here, going into and then go into this area, and that's going to future-proof this nicely. So when I need more green circuits in the future, I'll have a lot more copper over here being produced for them. I may need to run another belt, or at least upgrade the belt coming from the mineral rock patch here, and maybe consider going off to another mineral rock patch. Either this one, well, maybe this one actually. That's really close to my existing tunnel. That won't be too difficult. Yeah, definitely not a task for tonight. I don't think anything is going to be a task for tonight, really, apart from perhaps finishing off this tunnel over to about here. I wish I could remember what height all of my iron production over here was at, but to be honest, I might just run the iron into... I might just bring it up. Oh, I don't know. I'll come up through the inspection hatch and then decide that somewhere around here, somewhere around here, I'm going to bring a massive quantity of iron up and then just plumb it into the systems as they are. I may well be able to just tunnel straight underneath the science over to about here and then bring all of the iron out at this point and then run maybe above ground, maybe underground belts through this way and then just tap it into all of the places where iron is being brought through from other systems. Then I'll be able to upgrade the processing in here. It's underground around here somewhere, in order to take all of the iron ore from here and turn it into steel, because I've had a bit of a problem with steel shortages recently. So that's going to be a nice bump in the right direction from that. Then, so yeah, I shall have my green circuits will be working nicely. Copper, as far as I'm aware, seems to be okay. That's using this patch over here. This copper mine is running it round here to the old smelting system here. But then in the future, once I've got this working, then I can go off and find a copper vein patch somewhere, ideally close to coal and stone, and set up a fracking area there as well, and set up basically another one of these systems. Where that would be, I haven't decided yet. No, there's copper, and there's some coal here, so that's quite good. But I don't see any stone. And there's some stone all the way down there. That's quite a long way. Alternatively, copper here and stone over here, but no coal nearby. We seem to have stopped. Why have we stopped? Oh, we've stopped because we've got... Is this about where I wanted to get to, or have we run out of fuel? Run out of fuel. This is a good way to use up lots of that plant matter that I've been gathering, at least. Yeah, so as I say, I want to get to about here, beyond the science labs, which is this column here. I want to come up about, ideally about here in this little foresty area. And then we'll have, I don't know, I'll put in some elevators. I'll think about another underground tunnel potentially that runs through wherever, and just try and work out what's going on with all of the belts in this area, because there's a lot of underground spaghetti here from when I didn't have the boring machine to just whack big 5x5 tunnels through that I could then put whatever I wanted down. You know, it's just occurred to me that it'd be neater given the system I've got now, to run all of the, rather than running all the belts along the bottom of the tunnel, I could run them along the walls and have 5 on each side, and with a total of 10 running down it. Now, okay, I could do 5 along the floor and then 5 on a layer above, but that feels less neat somehow. Having them running down the outsides of the tunnel feels quite nice. I suppose I could do both actually, 5 across the floor and then an additional 4 up either side, and then maybe another 3 across the roof as well. All these things are possible. Yeah, because I think most of these belts that are running north-south in this area, I think are iron or steel, or at least iron or steel related, so that feels like this could work fairly well. Yeah, as I say, I just need to find a good source of a good copper vein to tap that has all the resources nearby, and ideally, that's quite good. We've got, doesn't zoom in on the cursor; it zooms in on the middle of the map. It turns out we've got coal and mineral rock, and more coal fairly close by, but it's blooming miles away. That's a very, very long way to run belts. So that's a bit much really, even by my standards. Ooh, nearly there. These are all what's it called? Telexite. There's one way out over here. Oh, there's a ignium vein there as well. So, or maybe I should be doing this one. Actually, yes, this one. There we go. That's the answer. This copper vein. Once I've got fracking, because it's got these two right next to it. Okay, problem solved. I think. Also, we are now way past where I wanted to get to, so let's stop that running. There we go. And I'm going to dismantle the boring machine for probable future use. Okay, where am I? Oh no, I didn't overshoot by too much, so I want to come up about here, I think. So let's make an escape hatch here. maybe some way up at this point because I've this tunnel is, to be honest, a lot lower than it needed to be. Actually, it had to be below 100 in order to get under the water, so it's only about 5 lower than it needs to be. Pew, pew. Oh, dropped some of the bits of cactus down the hole. Never mind. Yeah, this seems like a reasonably good place to bring the iron out. So we could bring, then I could bring a sweep of belts from here. We need iron here. We've got a supply of it coming out of the ground here already. So adding it in, bringing it into here would be quite good. This would feed lots of the things that are already being fed. So science production and the main bus. And I could possibly put 2 belts in here if one green belt does seem to be enough. So yeah, that'd be good. There appears to be an additional belt of iron coming from. Oh no, that's one of the ones from over there. That's fine. This is all the same. And the iron stops here. Oh no, that's another split there, and this all seems to be okay so far, up to about here. And then I think I must have another iron belt coming out of the ground somewhere over here. No, that's thermalite. Here we go. Then there's another belt of iron coming out here. So that's a second one out of the potentially 4, sorry, that I'm going to bring over. And that's feeding the bus. So yeah, I think if I come along at a slightly further underground than I am over here, so a little way underground, then I can have one pop up about here. And then the other one continue along there, probably along the same route that this iron belt is taking. There's a load of belts of iron ore coming along here. I think some of that's for the steel production here, and some of it might be for I don't even know. I have to go in and have a look. There's another one going off that way. What's that for? Do I need it for? Oh, I need that for. That's for concrete. Okay, over here. Right. Okay. So I'd need to. So yeah, I'll need to leave that alone. The belt of iron ore. The belt of iron ore that's going off that way is still required. That's making concrete. But this belt of iron could run the other way, and then we could take it to. It could go back to wherever it comes from, and then be made to pop up over here instead with a separate belt of iron. So bringing the iron over essentially in this tunnel here that is only just underground would work quite nicely. Or it may be even better, I'll go down to whatever that level is down there and continue across from there rather than bringing it up this far. This, I think, was one of my original iron mines, which is why there's a bit of a cavern here, and it's given me somewhere for the belts to run around in. The iron ore that's coming through here for making steel, I'll leave that for the time being, but I think in the future I'll make a big steel production facility down at the other end of this, and this can then be, this will have to actually still have to have the iron ore coming through because it's going to be needed for concrete. But I'll have concrete coming from elsewhere as well. So yeah, I won't need that. So the concrete can pop up from the big new tunnel as well. So I won't need that belt. So this won't be needed. All I'll need to do is bring steel along here to bring it up around about here somewhere to feed it into whatever we're using for steel for around here. Probably the bus mostly. I can't get out. I'm stuck. Let me out. There we go. So I think... Right. So I've got, from the iron patch here, we've got about 3 or 4 belts of iron ore coming out. One is being brought up here to be turned into steel. Maybe there's 4. 2 are being turned into iron around here, I think, and then one's being turned into steel. So I drastically increase the amount being turned into steel. Then bring some steel out here to feed the mall and the science, and then bring more steel out around here for all the robot making. Then the iron can be brought in from the tunnel that comes across here. It can be brought over to this area, and then whatever really, and then so it'll be brought over to here. Some will be brought out for the bus and the science and so on in the area where it already is being, and then we'll follow the other iron belt backwards until it gets to where the iron splits off, and then send some of the iron out that way. So I think that should work quite nicely. It just requires us to actually get some get some iron coming through down the long belt of doom, and that requires belts, which requires more green circuits, which requires me to go over there and fix the copper problem. I do now have my boring machine, however it is 10 minutes to tomorrow and I've been really tired this week, so I'm going to call it an end of the stream there. Actually no, I'm not quite. I'm going to nip over and look at the blast furnace, but we'll start doing the outro while we head over, because I do want to go to bed. So yes, thank you for watching. So we've been this stream has largely consisted of me working on the blast furnace and the associated stuff that goes with it. There's been rather a lot of that because it's been a very, very big job to get it up and working, and trying to learn how to make it work. Make sure and trying to actually get enough hot air being blown into it. That's been the hard part. But I feel like we're nearly there. We might be sort of on the brink of getting a little bit of iron out of it. We just need to go in and hook things up and turn them on, and we'll try that now and see what happens. So I think if any of this does work, then I'll consider it to have been quite a productive stream. So down here I will need to run a cable from the power cable. The pylon is overloaded. Great. So we'll disconnect that, and then we'll do a cable from there to there, and then there, and oh, can we? No, we can't link them together. All right. Right, so we linked all that up now. Can we activate you? Yes. Can we activate you? You're active. You're active. You're active. I think. 0% utilization for some reason. Okay. What's going on in this pipe? No, V, not F. Oh, I haven't turned the blast furnace on, that's why. After rebuilding it, the blast furnace will need to be turned back on again. And configured, actually. Yes, xenoferrite, go! Dun 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 dun. Insufficient hot air, fine. How about, taking in some stuff? Oh, these need to be outputs. I've done the thing, haven't I, where I said, right, I'm going to finish now, and then started actually doing a big thing. But there we go. That's all the inputs being hopefully inputted now. Let's check again down here. Whoop. No. Oh, maybe they need to go up the. No, they're all in the elevators already. The elevators are full. We don't have power, do we? Because I didn't. Yeah, I didn't finish building the power stack. And I want to do a vertical drag, so we'll go from there to there. Right. Oh, there we go. It's flowing now. I can see the elevators moving. And we've got stuff pouring in there now. Okay, good. So that's filling up there. Slowly, but it's filling up. I need to configure everything again. So, up here somewhere. Yeah, okay, I would like to set an input. Let me in! Give me a jetpack and then don't let me fly around with it. What's that all about? And have the... That's definite feedback for the devs. That it'd be nice if you could actually use your jetpack to fly into the into the blasted furnace. Right. So you're a hot air input. Hot air input. Then I found I could get out if I flew up here and then outwards like that. And then these outputs are going to need to be set as well. Output slag and output iron. Right, the warning text is gone. The temperature is rising. Excellent. Things are happening. Needs to get to 1500 degrees C before it'll actually start working. But, it's kind of there. Okay, no, I'm not going to wait for that to get up to temperature. So I am going to call this the end of the stream. So thank you very much for watching. I will be back to play some more Foundry next Wednesday at 8 PM UK time as usual. Yes, although the week after there will be no streams because it's show week, so I will not be around. We'll also be back on Monday for some more Factorio Planetary Pioneers, where that's the 5 of us attacking the over 20 planets and over 30 science packs. And there'll be videos coming out, Factorio videos, tomorrow and Friday, so keep an eye out for those. Make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel so you don't miss out. Follow me on Twitch, do this, that and the other, all those sort of things. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next week. Oh, and if you're watching on Twitch, stick around for a couple of minutes and we'll go off and find someone to raid. So, yes, thank you very much for watching. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Right, I have found somebody to raid. Oh, it appears it is not in English, but it is Foundry, but not in English. So I think we'll try and find. I'll find somebody else who's actually who's playing a game in English. Let's see if we can find some Factorio instead, or someone I'm following. Actually, that would do. Following. Let's go and look for some Factorio then. Everything seems to be in foreign. Okay, here we go, this will do. Right, thank you very much for watching everyone, and off we go for a raid. See you next time. Bye bye.